Yeah, I got to talk to you too about what,
I'd like to call the board meeting of the Menlo Park Fire Protection District to order. This is the regular meeting. We were in closed session and there was nothing reportable to come out of closed session. And I just, for the board clerk, just to let you know, we adjourned at 7 o'clock. Okay, so roll call for the regular meeting, please.
Director Crawley,
Present?
Director Jones,
Here.
Director Bernstein,
Present.
Director McLaughlin,
Here.
and Director Solano.
Here.
Great. We have a quorum, and if you'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance I just said there was no reportable items, so we'll go to, I don't have any public comment cards, but I'll open up the public comment number 2 for anyone who would like to speak about items that are not on the agenda. Michelle, you don't have any comment cards, do you?
No.
Okay, so I will close public comment number 2 and go to item 1, which is the new employee introduction.
So directors, I'll kick it off. We brought in the non-safety employees that have started with the organization first. And you have a list within the chief's report. Rather than try and do it alphabetically the way that it lists, we'll probably just do it starting here closest to me, work our way across.
Okay.
Then they'll leave and the new firefighters will come in and we'll do the same thing with them. So really all we're looking for them to do is introduce themselves, tell you a little bit about themselves, and then we'll move right to the next person because you guys got the photograph out of the way already too,
Yeah.
which was good pre-planning, so. All right, go ahead.
Okay. I'm Janie Kunanen. I'm administrative specialist over in 170. So when you walk in, I'm the first one that you'll usually see. And I've been in administration for about 20 years.
Great.
I'm Christine Nguyen. I'm the new accounting technicians. I have been with public and private company in the past 14 years. This is my first time at the district, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mike Davis. I am the liaison to Facebook, so I'll be over there coordinating the plans, making sure everything's in coordination. I come from the County of San Diego's Office of Emergency Services, where I head up the public-private partnerships down there, so it's a misfit.
Hello, my name is Ralph Bonner, and I'm the new senior IT analyst. And I was working for the City of Menlo Park for the past 12 years. And my responsibilities here are administering the network and the IT systems.
Hello, everybody. I'm Cesar Marava. I'm the new accounting technician in addition to Christy here. I have about 2 years of experience in corporate accounting, as well as a bachelor's degree in business administration, concentration in accounting. And I can't wait to translate those skills into closing remarks.
Great, well, welcome. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
So they're the ones that behind the scenes, make things work. The firefighters obviously get a lot of the credit for the work that we do, but we couldn't do it, really a lot of this without the support staff that makes everything else run seamlessly. So, we've been growing, but things have also been changing. People come and go. And sometimes I think the support staff gets overlooked. Mike mentioned his background coming from San Diego and very well recommended, by the way, by the chief who was down there, now the chief of Orange County. And, everybody comes with a long list of things that they've done before, but we're happy to have them all here. So thank you guys very much. And you don't have to stay for the whole meeting unless you want to. Okay? So then, your call, But yeah, you guys are free to go, and then we can bring the firefighters in next. So thank you.
Thank you and welcome. Thanks.
All right, directors. So, we go from support, obviously, to the line staff. Thank you again for allowing us to, get the staffing levels up to almost 100 personnel. We did have recently a retirement with Mike Lamb leaving the organization on a disability claim, unfortunately. But, we're at 99 personnel now with these 6 gentlemen standing in front of you. So I'll do the same thing. I'll have them say who they are and tell you a little bit about themselves. We'll start right here.
Hello, my name is Alex Torgino. I'm 26 years old. I'm from Walnut Creek. California. I still live there today, and I was a former cadet here at Menlo in 2016.
My name is Jeff Bay. I'm 33 years old. I live in Half Moon Bay with my girlfriend and our son. And I was in the Pit here as a cadet in the neighboring agency at Woodside. Robert Hurst, 32 years old, married. Have a baby boy and a girl on the way. I'm originally from Menlo Park. Currently living with my in-laws in Palo Alto.
Hi, my name is Dan Rivera, 25 years old, born and raised in Gilly City, currently live in San Carlos with my girlfriend.
Good evening, my name is Tyler Kiahi. I'm 22. I was born and raised in South San Francisco. Currently living in San Mateo with my girlfriend, and I was also a former cadet here in 2017. Happy to be back. My name is Marcus Bojorquez. I'm 25 years old, born and raised in San Jose. Currently live in Willow Glen. Currently engaged. I'm happy to be here.
Hey Todd, can you talk a little bit about the in-service academy that you're doing right now?
So for the first time in around 20 years or so, I don't know exactly, we're doing an in-house academy, meaning instead of everybody around the county, just us. It's just we didn't line up with other agencies in the county and hiring and expectations of the academy. So for the first time, I don't know what we're going to do moving forward, but for now it's just these 6. So they're in a 12-week academy. Right now we're in the 4th week. Today, for many of them, we did live fire out at our training site today. So for many of them, it was the first time they ever interacted with live Class A fire. And none of them freaked out and ran out, so they're all still here. So that's a good sign.
Great.
All right, directors, any
Do you have any
questions?
questions? Rob?
Congratulations on your current adventure. And Chief, I just want to say, I mean, I see a lot of people live on this side of the bridge, which is real important to us, especially if there is a disaster. Glad to see that with the recruitment aspect. And former cadets, which are really great to see that you've gone through the organization and you've had exposure to that. So congratulations and safe, healthy career.
Thank you.
And you know, directors, to give them some credit, I mean, we run a pretty rigorous background investigation, psychological evaluation, and you know, to be very honest with you, just to get here for them is a big step. And then to pass the academy, I mean, you know, Todd really didn't do himself justice. Other agencies have done, are doing less in terms of the amount of training that they're providing for their entry-level personnel. I think we got a whole new standard, especially with Mike running training, Todd assisting him, Melanie, obviously a career component as the EMS director. So, I mean, they're in good hands, but they're also making them go through the paces so that when they hit the floor and they're on shift, obviously they're going to be very ready for that as well. And that's you know, you can't ask for more than that. And then they start a probationary period and they get tested every 3 months. So it's not over yet. So with that, thank you guys, appreciate it.
Yeah, I just want to say, Chief, I have in the past been critical about how far away people leave, and I want to second what Rob just said. It's wonderful to hear that you guys, I think Walnut Creek is the furthest, and it's maybe 50 miles or something like that. It's just nice to know, and it's reassuring that we were able to draw people from the near Bay Area. So thank you for that change.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to have Jim?
And, you know, congratulations, welcome aboard. I think you're on the front end of a great career, so glad to have all of you.
Robert?
Thank you, sir.
Robert?
Well, I think what has been said is very, I think, to the point. I think I wish you guys, as Rob said, a very happy and prosperous career in the firefighting industry, and I think it's going to do so well.
Thank you. And I'll just say welcome also, and I agree with Chuck that I'm glad that a lot of y'all live around here, and I'm very happy that y'all are, a lot of you are from San Mateo County too. So thank you for being here, and we're very lucky to have y'all. Thanks.
All right, now get to work and clean something.
Yeah.
Sure, on the floor, though.
Thanks, fellas.
Okay, item 2, the Menlo Park Firefighters Association Benevolent Activities Report. I see Kevin White here.
Good evening, directors, chiefs. For those who don't know me, my name is Kevin White. I've been a firefighter and a paramedic within the district for 13 years now, and it's pretty neat seeing them stand up there. And I kind of got goosebumps in the back. Every time I see another group come through, I can relive that moment immediately. So benevolent acts. So what we have going on, I'm also the president of the Menlo Park Firefighters Association. So benevolent acts, what we got going on is Easter egg hunt on the 20th at Burgess Park. It will be from 10 to 12 a.m. It's co-hosted with the association, the district, and the city of Menlo Park as well. We've got Captain Rob Johnson, who's coordinating the event. I believe he's been at it for somewhere in the area of 16 years now. And following this year, he's actually passing the baton to engineer, paramedic Mike Seaton. Mike Seaton's actually another local guy from the coast. And much to your center director, I myself am from the coast as well. So we're getting some more numbers that are moving on this side. Second thing on the horizon is the Fight for Air stair climb. That is up in San Francisco. It's on June 1st at 555 California. Starts at 8 a.m. We've had a number of people who have led that one for quite a few years. There's been Captain Joey Fragoni, Captain Chris Dennebaum, and now engineer paramedic James Pickerell is taking it over. That one has been a real source of pride for us. There has not been a single year that that's been put on that we did not either win an individual trophy for best time up or a team trophy. In fact, I think we're at 10 years straight where Menlo Park Firefighters Association has won the team trophy. It's been to the point where we've had members run up, win the individual, come back down, suit up into their full turnout gears as a firefighter team, go up and win that as well. So we're hoping for another year where we can make our members proud.
That drives San Francisco crazy too.
It drives them crazy. We've had them, do the gentleman bets for cooking dinner, and it doesn't work out for them. It's not, hasn't worked out for them yet. Couple other things I'd like to, as far as community outreach, something we've worked out. We recently had Mike Seaton put this on as well. We had a basketball team game between the association and Menlo College, and it was an absolute hit. The coach from the Menlo College women's team was ecstatic. She couldn't tell us enough how happy she was to see us come out and not hold back, and they loved it. But where I'm going with that is that we're looking to this to possibly transition into an annual event and something that can be used for some sort of fundraising within the district. Not sure where that's going to go, but the positive outcome, feedback from everybody involved is kind of giving us ideas to spur that forward somehow. I'd like to thank Chief Chappelhoven for the next item I'm talking about. We've just completed our second peer support training in conjunction with 2400 and with support from the district and Chief Chappelhoven. The peer support class is it's a mental health class aimed at training individuals within the department to be peer advisors and support members for those in need for mental health. The second part of that is we've also received a lot of help from the HR department, from Brenna and Kristen, and they've been recently working with the Employee Assistance Program, specifically to seek out providers who are within the Sutter Health Network, to give individuals more options for that first reach out, to be able to connect with mental health professionals who understand our profession and who can speak to our level. So that's a really positive thing as well. Like I said, we've been able to send most recently we were able to send 3 more members to training, and then we've got the addition of the Sutter Health Network lookout for providers, which is going on. Let's see what else we got going. That's really about it right now. It's the 2 items on the horizon, the April 20th Easter egg hunt, and then the June 1st Fight for Air. And then I'll be back at the next meeting to let you guys know what's out from there. Any questions regarding those 2? Or?
So I have a question. So the Easter egg hunt is the one at Burgess. There's also one in Atherton too, right?
Engine 5 will be there at that.
Is that at the same time?
It is on the 20th
But is
as
it
well.
at the?
And over on Terminal, there's also one.
Yeah. Our involvement is at the Burgess.
Yeah, no, I know. Okay. I just wanted to know if there were.
So historically, going back, the Firefighters Association working with the city actually started that event.
Yeah.
I don't even remember how many years ago now.
Long time.
I think it was 1980s and I was here. So, it's blossomed over time. And, the other events are supported by like the town of Atherton and so forth. So they run it more. And we're there as a participant to support them. But this one's more of an integrated approach.
And the community, the the numbers of people that come out from the community with their
Yeah,
children.
much larger.
It's awesome, yeah.
Although there's a barista in Atherton, but if anybody's with the news, don't write that, because that's a
haven't had-
bonus over
They haven't
there.
had the hot dogs at Captain Johnson.
That's true, that's true.
Well, and I appreciate what y'all are doing with the peer support for the mental health, well-being of our guys here, our personnel.
Well, we wouldn't have been able to do it by ourselves. We
I
obviously-
know,
We
I
obviously
know.
need the board and the chief's support, so.
I think it's such an important service, an important thing to do, so thanks for doing all of that. It's not easy.
Well, it's not easy to talk about either.
That's what I'm saying, the whole thing is just, I think, needed, and it's not an easy thing to do, so I appreciate what y'all are doing.
Thank you.
Any other, Rob, comments?
Good job.
Okay,
Good job.
Thank you.
thanks, Kevin. Okay, so then we'll go to presentations, and that's number 4, which is presentation
Do
of,
you want to go out of order and have the chief report?
oh, I'm sorry, yes, Chief,
And
your
and
report.
just so
I
you know,
crossed it off by accident.
Brenna's at school right now, so when she gets here, we can plug it back in.
Yeah, that's fine. So your
But-
report.
But actually, there's, if you don't mind, we do have John Burton here. If you don't mind, if we skip to the
The Rosenbauer?
yeah, the
Okay.
Rosenbauer.
Yep, we can go to number 16.
And one thing I wanted you to note, there is no agreement in there. This will need to come back in May. But as John, first off, I appreciate John driving all the way here from the Central Valley. I know it was very busy last week. They were in Indianapolis for one of the shows. And so they've all just come back, and we were supposed to have some people here from Rosenbauer, but that didn't work out. Maybe they'll be here next month. But he just wants to explain what this is. And we've been talking about this for 3 years, I think now. And so you have a staff report that talks about, this whole concept of electric fire apparatus, how it could work, what it can do. And so John's going to go through actually where we currently are, and then, the report lays out some things that we could do together. And you'll have another month again on that till it comes back in May, when we finalize, hopefully, an agreement that everybody can, that we can present to the board. So John, take it
So
from
you
there.
don't want us to vote on anything?
No vote tonight. Again, it was too much. They were at IFC last week, one of the shows, or FDIC, excuse me, and it's, it just didn't happen. So.
Okay, great. John,
Yeah.
welcome.
Thank you, Board of Directors, Chief, for allowing me to be here tonight. John Burton, I'm with Burton's Fire. I'm out of Modesto. We are the Rosenbauer dealer. 2 months ago, Andy Zeller, who is one of the 6 members on Rosenbauer International's board, met with the chief and his team in regard to the concept fire truck. The concept fire truck is what it is. It's the way of the future. It's an electric fire truck. I brought a few slides, talk a little bit about how we got here. It's an amazing piece of equipment. It's something new to the fire service. This piece of equipment that we'll be going over, and I'm going to skip over some of the slides. That one's been up there long enough. There's a lot of testing done, a lot of strategy put into what the future looks like in the fire service. That looks like a crazy roadmap, maybe a Bay Area roadmap. I'm not sure here, living in the valley in Oakdale. But these are some of the subjects they looked at, from safety to society, the gender trend, men and women of the fire service, to the maneuverability of fire trucks. Being so big, how do we get around as our communities grow and get bigger and tighter? And sustainability, that's number 1 on Rosenbauer's target. It has been for a long time. How do we take and nurture this country and for our kids and families of the future? And that's where this whole electric fire truck concept coming in. And what we do know, we have facts. Everyone has facts. We do have global warming, except for this year when the winter has been crazy with snow. But the facts are there, and you can see some of the Paris agreements and where they're trying to maintain. It doesn't mean a lot when we're seeing all this. Really, the basic is what we're seeing, global warming coming in. How do we move forward? This graph here is showing how on the right, you can see on the bottom the years, and you can see where we start out with the diesels and goes up. And as we get into the 2020s, up towards the top of the graph, we're getting into hybrids, electric trucks. You guys got Tesla down the street. So a lot of this is not new, but it's new to the fire service. What Rosenbauer's doing is they've created a vehicle right now, and I'm going to show you a little more about it. But they are not going out and targeting the world with this piece of equipment. They're targeting selective departments throughout the world. Menlo Park being one, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. Oslo, Norway in 2025 has to have everything electric, from a fire truck to a car. So that's a must. Berlin, there's certain departments they have targeted, and with California, that's what we're seeing here. We're right in the prime area here in Silicon Valley. You can see this graph looks like a Christmas tree on the left. It could be, but really that's showing the firefighters' ages and trends and how their trends are going. And we're getting, departments are harder to maintain and get younger firefighters in the fire service. And so part of the design of this truck was that reason, from getting in and getting out. The other part of it was this here mess, and this was not taken in California, by the way. You can see some of the ways of the future. They're going to be going that way where, just get in a program where we're going, the fire truck's going to take us. That's not what we're targeting at this point. What we are targeting and have partnered up with is electrics back out there. You guys know electrics in buses and everything else. Well, Volvo on the right is 100% electric out there. And you can see some of the different manufacturers, like Daimler up there on the right, but Volvo is the one that actually is partnered up on the diesel engines for our crash trucks at the airport. So this technology that Rosenbauer is bringing into this fire engine is not something new. It's over the road. They're using technology. But over the road, that's what the truck looks like with all these battery packs. That's not the design that they're going with the fire truck. You can see all the components. You would not have any compartments on a fire truck if we had something like this. But that's what it looks right there. What they're trying to create is something mobile, individual to the fire service, looking at safety, maneuverability, how do we get around? And some of the features on it is the 6 inches to the ground. I mean, this thing's driving down the road, it's 10 to 12 inches off the ground. When the park brake gets set, the fire truck actually lowers. So the first step into the cab is easy to get into. You don't have a big engine area inside the cab, it's all open. So I do have a picture later on a different slide here I'll bring up in a little bit. But you can see the improvement of getting in, the maneuverability, all-wheel steer, it's electric driven, driving ability, the safety, the cab's been proven, road tested. If something did go wrong, the reduction in noise in there, so we have no engine on this thing, it's all electric driven. As you can see, it does have a European look to it, and part of the European look on this thing is most of our fire trucks out there and the fire trucks that you guys have at this department are 100 to 102 inch white cabs. This is 92 inches. The wheelbase on most of your fire trucks are in the 180 to 200 plus inches long. This is 150 inches. This fire truck's 25 feet long instead of being 30 or 35 feet long. Excuse me. And as you can see on the bottom left, you have ladders and stuff on this. So it's a whole different fire truck to get used to and see. In the back, you have a big compartment. They use a lot of robot stuff. Program that thing, it goes right to the fire scene. Stuff like this compartment can be used for using hose loads, and they're working on some designs and in correspondence and cooperation with other companies and departments that partnered up with them. It kind of gives you an idea of some of the areas over the world they're trying to market this thing to, and the positive side of this has been overwhelming. We have people reaching out to us all the time. It's not a truck for me being a dealer and a salesman wanting to go out and market to every department. That's not what they're after. They're looking for people to partner up with them and not try to sell something they can't produce. So it's like if you go out and everyone wants it, which there's been a very positive impact, when production time comes by, it'd be hard to make that happen. So they're trying to take smaller steps, which I'll get to in a little bit. This here truck that I showed you here, this thing's been being tested all over the world and for the last 2 years. So it'll be out there being tested, and when new technology comes up, they take it back to their parent company in Austria, they update it. This truck right here is coming to California and North America in the 4th quarter. So the 4th quarter, we plan on bringing this truck by Menlo Park and having it here. if we can partner up on this thing for 7 to 14 days with one of the Rosenbauer drivers and be able to drive this thing around the city and go on calls and work with you. This fire truck here, being this electric fire truck, it does pump water. So basically we're showing you this thing here has a 750 gallon a minute pump. It's electric driven, and with European departments, they're used to using not big volume water. So 750 gallons currently what comes with this. It is driven electrically. Kind of a top view of the truck, shows you the top view, and if you look at the bottom you can see the size of one of the trucks over in Europe right there compared to the new concept truck. So it's a little bit bigger currently than they have, but with that being said, it's not, you can kind of get a picture that it's not like our trucks over here in the US. Some of the customer feedbacks are after, the trends, the health, security, the mobility, that's what they're really shooting for, just to have something out there that'll do everything for everyone, but yet not be harmful to our environment. The cost, the service on it, you're not burning fuel, less service costs, you're not doing oil changes or anything in this vehicle. Indirect savings, from less injuries, you don't have firefighters riding backwards, you in-service more. Latest technology. Rosenbauer is, and most Europe companies are leaders, a lot of the leaders in the new technology. And so, like I say, the Volvo's out there, that's the components we're going to be using. I have another slide I'll show you here right now, maybe. Can I bring up that other slide, please?
We're done with this one?
Yeah.
Wait to see the steering wheels on the left side.
I'll give you a quick little overview of the drivetrain on. So this is only 5 slides, and I got just a few items I'd like to go over and answer any questions here. Say we're here at Menlo Park wanting buy-in from you guys and partners from Menlo Park Fire. We did a PowerPoint after we were with the chief with San Francisco. They were very interested. We offered the chief an opportunity to send 2 of his key people to Austria to see the plant and see this piece of equipment. We did not offer that to anybody else in the Bay Area at this point. This just goes to show you a little targeted time with this whole program where it's going. You can see where we're at in 2019. And Interschutz is the largest fire truck show in the world. It's in Hanover, Germany this year. It's every 6 years. And in Germany, they will have 4 to 6 of these things, concept fire trucks on display there. So the second generation, as you can see in October, they'll have 2 of the second generations built. And Interschutz in June of 2020, they will be on display there too. And they will be sold. Berlin has already purchased them. Berlin put in $2 million to help develop this fire truck. By them doing that, what they ended up doing is putting in the money, and they have a say-so in some of the design of the rig and all that, some of the features and all that. Whereas a lot of the trucks, once they come up with the design, this is what's going to work, so it won't be something you'll go in and make changes. So that gives Berlin an opportunity to be able to pick up the prototype when it's built and also have a say-so on some of the items they felt was important to the fire service. So right now, they've checked off every box but one on this design. So as you can see, I'm trying to make this the best since I'm not the best explainer always, but basically you have an electric front motor and electric back motor. The front motor drives 2 front axles that turn, and the back one drives 2 front axles, and it also drives the pump. Up on top it says VCU. That is a Volvo component, so it's been tested, it's being used currently, so Rosenbauer is not trying to redesign and create something that's strictly proprietary to themselves, and so that's a component that's already been there. That would cost tens of millions of dollars to try to design something like that and test it. Like I say, it has a transfer case. where it says range extender. So you guys probably have on your mind, okay, we got batteries. What happens to our batteries? We keep using it, they'll go dead. How do we move this thing? That's one checkbox has not been marked off because they're looking at alternative fuels. So currently the CFT that was built first has a little 6-cylinder diesel engine. Batteries get low, that turns on, and the pump can be ran off of that. This pump will be ran off electric, and they're looking probably going to be a hydrogen auxiliary range extender. That way when the batteries would get low, that thing there would kick on and charge up the batteries. When it's in the fire station, the batteries would be charged up in the fire station, hooked up in there. There's a lot of quick charge systems out there on the market right now. They're looking at different ones currently. So the rangefinder is how you can take this truck out and run it more than just 2 hours or 200 miles or whatever it may be. It's just power unit when it's completed and designed. And that's the input they're looking at from some of their partners. Here is the battery pack. And you can have multiple levels of them, depends on how big a one is. Here is the inside of this cab. So what you basically have is a 6-man cab, 2 of them facing forward. Those 2 front seats actually will turn 90 degrees. So if you're inside, you can actually turn and face each other and talk. These guys are sitting there talking to each other. You can see how open this thing is right here. There you go. There's the seats turned. So that's a picture of it. So I just go back into what, like here. So we go back into what I'm here for is to show you this PowerPoint and tell you what Rosenbauer is looking at. They're looking at Rosenbauer for Menlo Park, seeing if they want to partner in. And partner in can be putting money up like a down payment. If you went ahead and purchased this thing, which is going to be on the market in 2020 Intershoots, that would go towards the purchase of this piece of equipment. LA City Fire Department right now has a committee that has $2 million in it for sustainable development money that they're working with them, looking at them, putting in the money for this kind of equipment with them. What that gives them, say so in some of the design on the 2nd generation, and also it gives them opportunity. It's not that people have to do that, there's people looking to put in $250,000 just to have a say so. So from our standpoint, Rosenbauer, Berlin has actually put in $1.8 million on this piece of equipment. That's how much they believe in it and how much they have to have something over there in the market. To our knowledge, Rosenbauer is the only one that's been working on this project. They've been working on it for 5 years. So they've put a lot of money into it. And they're out testing, like I say, all over the world right now. It's coming here. They plan on having 3,200 of these vehicles in service in 2030. Like I said earlier, Oslo, Norway, 2025, all their vehicles will be electric or some kind of non-fossil fuels. So currently where we're at, we're asking Menlo Park to partner up with us. We're offering to Menlo Park the opportunity to send 2 of their key people to the factory in Austria at no charge to them. Transportation, housing, meals and everything, to see the factory, to see that fire engine, look at the technology that's being put into that. We were trying to do that, offering that up at the end of June because the truck's coming back to the factory in Austria. After that, it'll be back on the road. And in the 4th quarter of this year, this fire truck's coming to California. It's going to make 8 stops in North America. One of the stops is going to be in Los Angeles. One of the stops will be right here in Menlo Park. And Andy Zeller, who is on the board of directors with Rosenbauer International, the chief met him. He came out and did the presentation. Andy promised to leave that truck here with Menlo Park with the Rosenbauer driver for 7 to 14 days. Even if you guys don't participate financially, he's willing to do that. I confirmed that at that fire truck show last week. And so to me, that's a big deal because that's very costly. A lot of money to send the driver out here from Austria to be with this thing. After that, the rig's going to go to, our plan is to go to the governor's office. With California going the direction they are, With OES, we have some strong connections also with Office of Emergency Service. Rosenbauer is building them some incident command units right now. We feel like there might be something the governor wants to look at.
So directors, let me give you a little more background on what we saw as our kind of commitment, and then also, how this would fit here. So as you know, we're almost, by 2021, we'll have all new engine companies and the fleet will be completely redone. Everything's diesel currently. So, as John's talking about here, this isn't something that's gonna happen overnight for us. I mean, even talking about the 2020 rollout for them, their early versions. Where this does fit in talking to fleet services and fleet in general is that, as we look at the rescue squad that we have a lot of versatility there, including if we were to get one of these units, that those units that we currently have could be repurposed and used as a backup like we have at Station 4, at Station 77, in terms of a patrol unit that we use during wildland season and so forth. So that doesn't mean the investment that we have goes for naught. That's probably the best place for us to introduce this, because the rescue was added, not to replace an engine. A lot of times what we've seen in other jurisdictions is they try and downsize, and so they go to these units. And, the smaller rescue style unit. We didn't do that. We chose to add or supplement to do that. So that gives us some capacity to fit this in if we choose to go that route. What's the benefit? I mean, I think, John did a good job. Ergonomically, it when it gets on scene, it lowers. So that whole getting off the fire truck is a bigger deal, because I can tell you some of the workers' comp claims we've had is firefighters getting out of the fire truck and injuring themselves when they step down out of the captain's seat, as an example. Other things that are, I think of a benefit here that you've heard, it's shorter, it's narrower. Looking at the equipment configuration, which is what the two personnel who would go back to Austria would really have some deep conversations about. What could we put on here? What would make sense? So again, we're not proposing to make this an engine company. Currently, we're proposing to make this the rescue company, which gives us, again, a long period of time, if we were to purchase it, to really see if it's going to fit our needs. And again, we're going to be, with a new fleet, we're looking at typically a decade out or 100,000 miles. So, when we had these discussions starting 2 or 3 years ago, we brought in fleet services, brought in Rudy specifically as one of the mechanics, and we started to look at the components of the truck. And, when the mechanics start to get excited, that's a good thing, because they saw the value in all the repairs that we have on front ends, suspensions, braking systems, all the things that now hopefully will be better with some of the newer units that we have. But equally with purchasing Pierce, a lot of that spec parts. So when something does go down, we have to order from the factory. In this particular case, you can hear John talking about, I guess, was an I-beam rail, even the power units I've written in the staff report, there were 4 of those. We're really down to 2 now.
We're really down to 2. At one point, there was 4, one on each axle. But that's Volvo. Volvo is a word most of you have heard out there in the trucking and in the car. So it's not a new proprietary part.
So they're figuring out still what they're going to do. But what Fleet saw was how this was a more efficient piece of equipment, and that it could go for hundreds of thousands of miles based upon, again, wear and tear, but the way that they were building them. So, looking forward, and there is a timeline to this, the contract will come before you in May, is working out the issue of, this opportunity for 2 people to go back to Austria, have those discussions. It would be for basically less than a week. The district would have to pay for them to go, but everything else, would be paid for. Trip, accommodations, feeding, all those things would be on Rosenbauer, who, as John mentioned, that they haven't negotiated or discussed that really with other entities that are getting involved. And then the bigger thing is when it comes here is to actually put it in service and put our firefighting personnel with equipment on it in the place of Rescue 2 and run it to see what its capabilities are. Obviously, after we do some in-service training, that's why I'm trying to get it for 2 weeks. I mean, at the end of the day, I was trying to get it for a month just so we could put it through the paces to see what it could really do. And, I think this is the future. We had a lot of discussion about charging units and what could be done. And, you know, we have diesel recovery systems in the stations, and I can tell you right now, even if you look at station design, they're talking about adding hallways with double sealed doors so that you don't get contaminants into the living quarters and fire stations. You know, we talked about firefighter mental health, but another big deal in the fire service is all the cancers, right? And the exposure. And I remember a day around here when we would drive out with the diesel units and we'd come back and there'd be diesel fumes in the dormitory. And we used, you know, gloss paint on everything on the walls so that weekly at that time we could walk around with a sponge and a bucket and wipe the walls down because of the diesel that would stick to pretty much everything. So, you know, we've come a long way since then. Again, I can't emphasize that, you know, it's not just even the electricity or electric that is a benefit here. You know, imagine when you're on a call, we try and shut the engines down now, which is easier with LED lighting than it used to be, because we used to keep them running because you couldn't run the emergency lights with the engine off and not risk, you know, not being able to charge or start the fire truck. So, you know, again, diesel is good in a lot of ways, but equally it's dirty. And so, you know, those exposures to that, we try and minimize that, but the reality is, even if you don't believe in all the environmental stuff, diesel's a dirty thing to run, and, you know, we're pushing that out throughout the entire community, and we're pushing out on calls, and, you know, even with recovery systems in the stations that help blow it out and not allow it with the hoses to hopefully be in the apparatus bay, it's still, you know, it's still diesel, and it's still, you know, it's still vapors that you try to avoid if you can. So, you know, electric units are much more, I think, conducive to an environment where you're not introducing, you know, diesel fumes and so forth into any environment that we're in. And again, you can even, if you believe in the environmental part of it, you could say it's good for the environment. I'd say it's good for patients on calls. It's good for the firefighters running these units to not even have to deal with that. And if we don't need those systems in fire stations, that's also a new design of stations that it could save us money, because we don't need to put certain things in those buildings. So, you know, I thought it was worth a try, a look. I mean, again, we'll have that agreement for you in May, and I appreciate John coming all the way here. Happy to answer any questions, you know, in terms of, you know, going forward.
Robert, and then
Two questions, Chief. In looking at the build-outs that's going on right now
Yep.
within the station, and the charging, is it too early to think about what alterations within the plans that might need to take place, or if it's even 5 years down the road, just kind of space, looking at the space and where if you have to put in a massive charging system station, you know, within the station, is it too early to think about that?
No, actually, we've been talking about it. I mean, I don't know if, John, if you want to tackle that, but we've actually looked at roof mounts, and there's roof mounts that can come down when the engine comes in the firehouse and actually connects from a roof mount unit. That's one way to approach this. You know, it's still evolving, as John said, so they're still working through some of these issues. And that's why, again, starting with a singular unit, you know, I think would give us an opportunity for things to evolve over time so that we're not, you know, they're going to look at this stuff and need to refine it over time as well. So you want to talk about what's going on?
They are refining the charging system and everything, kind of like the backup power unit, the hydrogen and all that. That's going to be on the second engine that's going into production. It's going to be going in at the end of this year. So they are that close to doing that and stuff, and that's what's so important. If your team can come back there and talk to our engineers, talk to our management team, and be able to see it, to bring this thing by here in the fourth quarter and show you guys. Andy Zeller from Rosenbauer Austria is going to be back in California in the middle part of August. One of the department's names he has, Menlo Park, stopping by here and everything. There is a contract that the chief did send to Andy to review and stuff. It just happened over the weekend or a couple days ago. He's flying back home right now, so they have to review that. That's why this is not on the agenda or anything. I want to make it clear too, when I said that, you know, LA is looking this money that, it's been handed to them through some of the green initiatives out there. Cities trying to go green and getting away from the diesels and everything. I'm not sitting here saying, hey, you gotta put some money in this thing, or we're not stopping by, or we're not sending somebody that hopping us into the factory. That is not the case. That's all still a go. The advantage is being able to be one of those first people to get the rig, be able to put your input in it. Hey, at our department, we would need, I'll just say, a front bumper extension on there for the pre-connect, and that's not something they normally do in Europe, so that's a whole other market, and that's why they're trying to partner up with selected departments and stuff. I can't stress enough, it's not for everyone, and but the Bay Area is a place. Rosenbauer did a lot of work. I was surprised how much they knew so much more about California and the Bay Area than I had a clue to. They did a lot of homework prior to even coming over here to meet with the chief and his team.
Chief, a couple questions. Is there a national body that tests, certifies fire apparatus before they can be placed in service? Like MPFA or?
Well, there's NFPA that has certain standards, but a lot of that is around equipment. It may have, standards for pump testing and so forth. So on certifications, on roadworthiness and so forth, I'm not sure who they would go through.
Yeah, the FSMVA, there's regulations out there that this thing has to meet, and that it will meet all those regulations.
So who would you be doing that certification? Would it be NHTSA or?
Not NHTSA, probably Underwriters Laboratory would be certifying it. That's who normally does all those.
And then how would we address the issue of a non-district employee operating a vehicle with district employees that may not be licensed or have gone through a safety or eval type?
Right, so we'd have to actually make sure that happens on their end before it happens here. So that's something we've been talking about, how that could work out as well. Because, it's not unusual to have factory reps that can take a rig and could go code 3, but it depends on, because you have AMR employees who are technically civilians in our corporate environment that are able to do that. Or we'll put someone in the burn building, but we want to make sure they've had certain testing and things done before we do that. So I see it as the same thing. It's possible to have it done. And then, I think there's still some more discussion about maybe it's the first week they trust it's their guy, but by the second week, if we trust that our employees are already doing this, why couldn't they drive it? We haven't really broached that yet.
I would ask that we examine the licensing issue. The driver being licensed in California.
Right.
What's our legal exposure if they were not?
Yeah.
Well, he'll have to be licensed in California to be driving the thing. He'll have to have a license to be able to.
Or licensed in the states. Again, there might be some, but I think that's an issue that we need to examine.
Yeah, remember that's fourth quarter, but that's on the radar for all that to get done.
Rob?
John, when would we be able to actually see the vehicle?
The fourth quarter this year.
Fourth quarter?
Yeah, we don't have a date set. There's a lot of logistics for when, to bring it over here, putting it on the boat to get it in. But we're gonna have a date here probably in the next 3 or 4 months, 3 months.
Because I really would like to, hands-on see the thing.
Oh, you will know. You will know about it, that's for sure.
Yeah, and, Chief, working with his firefighters, actually hands-on.
Well, remember, we could only send 2 people over there, so.
Well, I understand that, but we're going to do an investment.
Well, so just understand, if it comes here in the fourth quarter, there's no money exchange up until that point. So going forward, it's the district, saying, yes, we would want to make a commitment. And, as has been discussed, I think to some degree, would still need to be worked out. That comes at a cost reduction too, if you're based upon being an initial testing
It's
and.
like a down payment, basically.
Right.
It would be put towards the purchase of one of those vehicles.
The 7 to 14 days, I kind of agree with you that a 30-day actually working with it.
I'm still trying.
Yeah.
That will not.
Think about 30
That will
days.
not, well, it's not me, and actually I did bring that up. So, you think 30 days here and they're trying to go to all these towns, from Cleveland to New York to Vancouver to Ontario, Canada to Portland. There's not enough time to be able to do that and get it throughout the world and stuff.
I don't know, there's training, exchange of equipment, storage of equipment.
Maybe they just eliminate the going to the governor and then comes here
That's
instead.
right. Thank you, John.
Okay.
I had a
Yes,
couple
sir.
questions. Could you tell us what capability it could not do? In other words, could you mount a 100-foot ladder on it? Could you move water with it? Are there any functions that we have equipment now that it could not fulfill?
You can't put a 100-foot ladder on it, but it does have ground ladders on there, like a 24-foot. So it would meet that compliance like on your engines currently. I mean, it has capabilities being that it's electric driven, and through that gearbox, you can do pump and roll. So you
But
could,
in the long term, are you saying it could never have a 100-foot ladder, or it could in the future, just not this iteration?
they've never mentioned that. When you start talking about a 100-foot ladder and the amount of weight that would have, you'd have to have some more technology in the battery systems probably to be able to operate that.
I think anything's possible because they're starting to build the semis out that are hauling trailers. But I think, the one thing we liked about, what Rosenbauer was talking about was they're trying to approach this in a systematic way. And even this configuration, again, what you can use it for, what you put in it, is really, I'm not going to say limiting, but, there's certain things you can do. And it's, again, to my way of thinking, it's more of a rescue / engine, but you start on the low end, right? You start, it's the lowest piece of fruit that's hanging there that would be easily attainable, and you try and do proof of concept there. Because if it can work there, it can work doing other things. So
do you foresee that it could replace an engine at some point?
I see it. Sometime it could replace an engine. I do see that.
It will replace engines in Europe. It's a whole different
But
way to do a firefighting.
those are small ones. I'm
That's
wondering
right.
about ours.
That's right.
And what about the amount of water that we would carry?
Well, see, there's the thing. So a 1,500 gallon per minute pump, 600, 750 gallons of water on the heavies that we have. Don't forget, we're set up for any engine can handle worst case scenario anytime. And, the one thing that still, you got to look at is what if we got to do an out of county? What if we're going to be pumping on a fire for 6 or 7 or 8 hours? Chief Long and I were talking about that. Yeah, we haven't had one of those in a while. But, when you're running 6 hose lines, attack lines, and a big supply line in and pump it to a ladder truck because we got nothing as big as a Notre Dame, but, we got St. Pat's on fire, okay? Or a big commercial building. That's where, in proof of concept, we don't think that it's there yet. That's why we introduce it at the rescue level. And, look, around here, it's got to work, right? Because you need it to work when you need it most. So, starting at the entry level, if you want to call it that, not only would the board have to approve an agreement, the firefighters are going to have to trust that this thing can do what it needs to do, or it's going to get rejected. Okay, which is what has happened to us on different apparatus over time, like all-wheel steer Quints as a great example. So, I think introducing something like this, which we've never done before, we ended up, typically you buy something and then it's an all-in, right? So in this particular one, it's like, well, this makes a lot of sense in a lot of different areas, but, let's ease into it first before we go all the way.
I wanted to ask about power also. Is there any prospect that roof-mounted solar panels would be sufficient to power this, or would they?
I would think so in the future. The technology, you guys have it right here in this valley.
It would be helpful for us. I'd be curious to know, for example, if the solar panels we have at Station 2
could feed it. I think that's one thing, and one of the things that we're looking at too that we talked about with the group specifically, because and it gets kind of, excuse my terminology, a little bit nerdy, but equally interesting because I like all that stuff myself. Which is, what isn't done is we don't have battery packs for storage, and John knows this because in the prevention side, that's something that's really coming, right? These storage. The storage cells that hold the power can either get it at the cheapest rate or, to your point, accumulate the solar and then have it someplace where you can use it. So quick charge, solar, all these different things are being looked at and what could be. And again, it's kind of an exciting period of time. And like I said, we've been talking about this for years and it finally is, there. So, and again, there's no obligation for us to buy it. it's, you know, if we send 2 people back, I think that's a good learning to answer a lot of your questions with engineers that are
The reason it would be
there.
worth thinking about this a little bit is we're designing buildings right now where we have some options about roof structures and
Right.
what we do and what's put on it and how much solar capacity
Well,
it would have.
we're trying to add solar pretty much to everything that we have. And we're looking at battery chargers, you know, that's something we've been talking about, including even a room inside the firehouse. But, you know, again, I think the configuration that we have with drive-through, higher apparatus room ceilings is all good because it can play into everything that we're talking
But
about.
one of the biggest needs we potentially could have is that scenario of a major disaster where there is no outside power.
That's right.
And,
This
you know,
could satisfy that.
yeah, we'd have to be able to sort of think about how that would work.
Well, and that's, again, that's why, so once we replace the fleet completely by, you know, 2021, over about a 4-year period of time, as those engines that are on the front end of that start to cycle out, which is anywhere from 6 to 8 years, you know, that's when I think even if we got one of these, we'd know pretty well what the evolution would be. So I think we're well positioned to say, you know, the whole fleet is somewhere between 6 to 8 to 10 years behind when they're going to introduce, you know, their main product, which is not a bad thing because it gives them time for more refinement and others to work it out. I'm happy Berlin's buying millions of dollars worth of these things because then hopefully there'll be a lot of people to figure it out. But, you know, to your point, you got to prove it, and I think that's where, again, if depending upon what we see at the factory, what happens here when it gets here, you know, the acceptance by the firefighters and working through some of these issues, we're not really committed to anything other than 2 people going back there to go take a look and bring back, you know, information, dealing with the engineers themselves back there. And, you know, it is, I know, you know, some of the discussion was, well, how come they don't pay for our people to go? It's about, what, $10,000 just for them to...
It'd be about a $15,000.
Okay, well, the price has gone up, so, you know, I mean, and that alone, they didn't have to offer that, so I just want to make clear that that's part of it. And equally, they're getting information from the people that we're sending. I mean, I was a little worried about the one guy from Austria trying to hire Rudy last time he was here, because...
Well, I was going to ask, who are you thinking of sending?
So I'll say one of them is Rudy Torres, because, you know, he's been in this since the beginning. I'm not going to say who the other person is, Dawn and I just talked about that, but it's someone on the apparatus committee. So we're not just sending random people, we're sending people that have got skin in the game and have been involved with the development of our fleet currently and are intimate to that development part.
Any other questions?
I did ask if I could go, but.
Yeah, I said no, so,
Robert?
another time.
Another question? Okay.
Thank you.
And
Thank
we'll
you.
look
Thank you.
forward to this item coming back.
Yeah,
in
come
May.
before you in May, and we'll work through the agreement as well as any other details, and again, you know, you'll see that coming up. So John, thanks for making the big
Thank you,
trip.
John.
Thank you guys very much.
Thanks. So Harold,
Can
now,
I just add one thing
Oh,
about, this was the issue that was brought up by, I'm sorry, I blanked already, by John. Rick, who's a reporter for the Almanac, is here, wrote an article in today's online edition about the retirement of the Woodside chief, and goes into quite a bit of detail about the dangers of the exhaust from the diesel engines and so forth. So it's an interesting article, if anybody.
Well, and you know, just to get in that real quick, and probably others, I'll look at Don to maybe do a better job explaining than I can. You know, if you don't realize it, we're doing what's called regens on these engines based upon current laws that don't allow us just to run rigs the way we used to with just diesel. So there's an additive that we have to put in called DEF, and we've had some challenges on that front because if you put it in the wrong hole, you pretty much nerf the engine. And so, you know, there's been some design issues, but here's the point. On regeneration, that engine's out of service for 20... So, you know, the environmental regulations that they have on us even using the apparatus that we have and the design pieces, and John probably knows a lot about that too. I mean, it's, you know, we're already having to jump through hoops using diesels. And it's problematic, and it's actually in some ways costly too, based upon that. So again, it's not just health, it's not just environment, it's just the complexity of regulations that we have very little control over that are forcing us to do things that we've never had to do before. And I get it, they're trying to make sure that environmentally it's cleaner, but no matter what you do to diesel, it's still not that clean, so.
Can I make one comment?
Sure.
In regard here? There's a, I'm not trying to use sales pitch, but Rosenbauer does a lot of idle reduction. And idle reduction means that we can do it with the diesel generator, a small one, 20 horse one, but the other one's with lithium batteries. So when the guys get on scene, it's not a structure fire, it's a medical call. They set the park brake. Once that park brake gets set, that batteries kick in, the engine shuts down. When the voltage gets too low, the engine turns back on. So that way you're not sitting there idling on scene or turning off the motor and then going back and starting it up. It's already running, all your code 3 lights and everything are running. So we're looking at doing some retrofits, and there has been some on that. Down the road, we can talk to you about that. And the other thing is getting carcinogens out of the cab. And Rosenbauer just released at FDIC a clean cab where they're filtering all of that smoke out of the cab.
So, and just, you know, for full disclosure, so when we had some issues with Pierce, because, you know, we have a full Pierce fleet. You know, actually that was what started some of these dialogues with Rosenbauer some time ago. And that was just trying to figure out, is there a better company out there that does things differently, because we're seeing certain trends and problems. Pierce is a great piece of equipment, so I'm not going to undersell, because they know they got to compete against them. But that's where these conversations started, was if we wanted to look at something else, what is it you're doing differently that makes you a better company than a Pierce Manufacturing? And then that led eventually down this road. So, you know, which has been pretty fascinating in a lot of different ways. Pierce isn't there. Today or yesterday, Pierce announced now they have a drone that on a tether that can be used from a fire truck. So I thought that was interesting. But, you know, I think Rosenbauer is pretty far ahead of them in terms of this type of technology and equally where it's going.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, John.
Thank you. Thanks, John. Okay, Harold.
And I have no stock, and I don't have any plans to work for them when I
Are they
retire.
even public? Okay, so Harold, your chief's report.
Yeah, let me go through that. All right, Director. So this, you know, if you have any questions, happy to answer the questions. But we went through the introductions, talked about that. You know, sadly, you know, not everybody knows this, but Vince Del Pozo passed away this last week. Vince was the fire chief here when I started, and Vince was the chief that came out and badged me because I asked him when I became the chief, you know, some years, 12 years ago. He was 91. You know, it's a whole different department from when he came through here, and ironically, he's been retired for 35 years, and there's only 3 of us in the department that even remember who Vince Del Pozo was. So Jim Stevens is one, Amy's the other, and I'm the 3rd one, because everybody else was hired after he left. We just went through a captain's eligibility process. There's a list. I'll be doing interviews next week. Talked about the Firefighter Academy. Todd did a good job, and that, again, really totally undersells how great a job that they're doing to prepare the next group of people coming into this organization to, you know, seamlessly fit into working on the floor. Talked about the town of Atherton, the Easter egg hunt there, which is, again, don't share. They have a barista, but it's a great thing. And equally, we're involved in Menlo Park and in East Palo Alto. I'm sure you know about the new city manager that starts in May. Maybe some of you went to the interviews that they had there in East Palo Alto. And again, you know, we're working through a number of other issues related to East Palo Alto with the current city manager right now, which I'll have more on in the next chief's report. Menlo Park, Chuck wanted me to make mention that there's a joint meeting coming up. But really from my end, because it's a board issue, you know, dealing with them, I do have a meeting coming up with Starla to follow up on a few things. And, you know, John knows that they have a meeting tonight on which, if you looked on their agenda, you have everything from Chilco to Bellhaven, you know, traffic calming, and then even the Bohannon plan, which puts plants on Chilco next to the school, which I thought was interesting because that was one of the battles on the Gateway Development Project that started kind of the whole impact fee problem, or, you know, discussion and evolution for us was, you know, that was Dave not wanting to spend money for the fire district to help purchase a ladder truck. So Kelly Ferguson, council member at the time, was able to get, I can't remember, it was $500,000 or $800,000. Was it 600? For plants at Bayfront Park. Well, I think Dave pretty smartly realizes, you can't necessarily put all those plants at Bayfront Park, so they're going to put them somewhere else. I never understood that when it happened, other than, we didn't get a full cost of half a ladder truck on that. San Mateo County talks about, some of the things that we got going on with them in terms of the EMS agreement. We'll talk about that. A lot to talk about on that tonight, including the fire chiefs and that we met and what we're doing and what's going on there. Melanie's here to talk about the subcommittee that was created and where that's going. Civil grand jury information, I've asked for an extension just because with everything else going on, I didn't want to rush any type of response, but that's something that we need to do. And then on the Shake Alert system, as you know, the demo's on Thursday. Just got the final edits from Director Crawley on a press release, and including USGS and the folks over at UC Berkeley. So I'm happy we're going to be able to do that, as well as show what the LRAD can do. And then really, because we have to get permission, what can the two do together, right, for area-wide notifications. A lot of excitement about that over at USGS, and they would have to authorize that. But the Shake Alert alone, been working through testing that. It's now in 2 of the stations, the newest stations that we have, 2 and 6. When we designed 4, we'll be doing the same thing. We're the first, really, in Northern California, one of the first in the state to do that. Talked to Mike Callaghy, the county manager, today. He's interested, as I think a number of people are, who are either building stations or public buildings, about how they could put that into the dispatch center that's being built. Talked a little about that with the police chief over in Atherton. We talked a couple days ago. Maybe that's something for the Civic Center and new town hall over in Atherton that could be put in as well, because you got the police department there. And then finally on events that are coming up, we did pick dates. I hope you'll let us know that they're going to work for you, which is for finally getting Station 6 kind of dedicated and hopefully decent weather by then, and everything to be done, because we still got to paint the carriage house and a couple other little things that need to get done. Just can't do it when it's raining. It's raining yesterday again, unbelievably, but that's a good thing. Is June 20th for the dedication, which is during the work week on a Thursday. And then for the open house, very similar to what we did in East Palo Alto, we opened Station 2 a couple days later, is to go ahead and have a community open house and invite everybody to come walk through the firehouse and the whole thing and see what's there and, that project. There is a lot of excitement about people wanting to visit that building. And I hear it. I mean, it's funny because I know Virginia and I were sitting down for lunch the other day at a meeting, and we had somebody from the public come over and just say, hey, when's the station going to happen, because I want to walk through it. So, and that's not unusual. I mean, I think we did a really good job on that facility in terms of what it looks like and how effective and efficient it is. I mean, better than we did on 2, because we keep learning from every one of them. But those are the dates. So I'm hoping all of you can be there. We'll do photos and, like we did on the open house for Station 2, just stand around and talk to people about, what was done with the firehouse, and, and I think we got a lot of nice comments. People in the community like to see that stuff, like to be able to go in a building like that and see how it works and where their money and tax dollars went.
So can Michelle send out those little, the electronic invitations?
We could do that, and we're going to make a flyer up too that'll have.
Yeah, but I mean, just for the board, so we can get it on our calendars.
Sure, we can do that.
Thank you.
And then last, just a couple things on here is just try and put the meetings in, so when other directors ask about meetings, I mean, it's certainly not all of them, but again, a lot of time's been spent, as Director Crawley and Director McLaughlin know, with this whole effort on the EMS JPA, the related agreements, and just kind of the, building a quote-unquote a coalition around trying to make sure that things are going to be done correctly. And I think we got some positive news to tell you about where that is tonight. That's my report.
Any, Joe?
I think you skipped space needs assessment.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, yeah, space needs assessment is coming hopefully by May. Sorry about that. And UAS and Facebook, I guess I missed all those. So the space needs assessment, we're getting ready for that to come to RFP, and the document will come to the board to make sure that you think we're on the right page there. And so that should be at your next meeting, because we've looked at what Director McLaughlin prepared. We had to go to the chief officers and ask, certain questions about what programs, projects, where everything is currently located, so that if somebody were to bid this, which is obviously the intent, they have all the information from the internal workings of the fire district, or else it doesn't do you a whole lot of good, because if they don't know what those things are, then you may get a report that makes recommendations that then will ultimately turn around and say from an operational or practical standpoint, well, that doesn't make sense. So, we're trying to put everything in there the way that we do it currently, so that whoever, gets this can make recommendations based upon more efficient uses, obviously, I think, which is the intent, going forward.
Yeah, I would just ask, could that be vetted by the strategic planning committee prior to coming to the full board?
Absolutely.
Good, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would ask that it be added to the agenda.
So we'll put it on an agenda for Strat.
Robert?
Chief, I know you talked about the civil grand jury follow-up. They sent you a letter. Is there any particular reason why they asked for April the 18th versus in the response you had June 30th?
I don't know. I mean, just even, it kind of surprised me a little bit, and then not a whole lot of time with everything else going on. So, I didn't call them back and say, why'd you send it now? I mean, obviously there's a request, we'll try and fulfill the request, but you're right. I mean, even to request it before some of those dates, maybe that's how they operate, I don't know. I just know, there's a request, we'll respond to it. They sent it to me because I obviously wrote the summary for the board last time and we responded to it. So, the only thing I've asked for is 2 more weeks to be able to respond to it.
It seemed like a very, inconsiderate, your time or district time in terms of asking if a date is already there that said we are to respond to, and here you're going to ask for it 2 months earlier. It's just, I don't know.
Well,
it just seemed like this.
I asked for 2 more weeks, so maybe I could have gone longer, but at the time it was just what's on the plate.
Sure.
What do we need to do to even respond to this in terms of talking to staff and figuring out exactly where we are. So hopefully they'll acknowledge it. They have acknowledged they've got the request for the extension, but I don't have an answer yet.
Right.
So.
Anyone?
Just
Chuck?
curious.
Rob? Okay, thanks, Chief.
Thank you for the report, Chief.
You're welcome. And Brenna is here now.
Yep, so we will go to item 4 under presentations for the employee compensation report. Brenna?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so I have a brief presentation for you, and then we'll have questions, but please, as we go through, if there are any questions, feel free to ask.
Is that,
Hey Bob, can you shut down one of the
you
bank of
don't
lights?
have a hard copy of that, right?
There you go.
Our
Perfect.
compensation report that we sent to the state controller is on the website, and I believe that the chief emailed that out to you all directly earlier. So this was some of the information that had been requested. What are the compensation categories and what fall under each of them? This has also been posted to our website, so all of this information is up there. There were a couple mentions of things in recent articles, and I just want to highlight that the district does not currently pay car allowances, incentive, bonuses, on-call, and retention pay. Those are some categories that were brought up in articles, and I just wanted to highlight that we don't actually have those categories of pay. But all of the ones that we do have are categorized as follows and available on our website. Some changes from 2017 to 2018. These are fairly minor changes, but I just wanted to highlight that this report does look different from 2017 to 2018. For example, the EMT and paramedic pays had previously been reported into the regular base earnings. CalPERS actually indicates that these are specialty pays or fall under that incentive and premium, so we move them to other pay. This doesn't change the numbers, it's just how it shows up on the report. Same for the holiday in lieu. For our cafe earnings, it's still categorized as other pay from same in 2017 as it is in 2018. However, the cafe earnings, we're only reporting the actual amount that's being paid in cash. The amount that goes towards medical is still reported, and it's shown in line 4 here. We're now reporting those amounts that are paid towards health insurance under the medical column. And last but not least, our classifications used to be broken out as engineer paramedic versus engineer EMT, firefighter paramedic versus firefighter EMT. We have now streamlined those classifications to remove those specialties, and that matches our salary schedule. This is just a general snapshot of the report so you know what it looks like on our website, and there's a link here for where to find it. It's under the Menlo Fire webpage on the external website under salaries and benefits, which can be found with the administration tab. All right, so some information about the 2018 compensation data. Our total wages are in excess of 25 million. Our total benefits exceed 6. Our base wages, this excludes overtime, are as stated there over 16, and our total compensation, which is a combination of wages, benefits, overtime, all of it lumped together, is that $31 million number. Our benefits comprise approximately 19% of our total compensation. Our base wages, so that's just the amount that's paid in base, not including overtime, so it excludes overtime and any sort of additional stipends or benefits. That's approximately 53% of our total comp. And our overtime, this does not include stipends paid to battalion chiefs or division chiefs, as they are salaried exempt employees, comprise approximately 14.7% of our total comp. These are just statistical numbers that I thought were interesting.
And overtime can be backfill too, which again, you know, that we're trying to refine, you know, as Dawn and Chief Stevens both know, trying to refine what's backfill, what's overtime. Some is program overtime, so that's, you know, that's for projects. Other things are when we send people out on deployments, there's a backfill component to put a body in the seat because that body is out doing something else.
Absolutely. So on this slide here, we try to capture some of that. A challenge of this report is that the state controller requests it on a calendar year basis. The district, we track our reimbursements on a fiscal year basis. So they're not apples to apples, so keeping that in mind. Our overtime amount that we're showing here on these charts does exclude the stipends paid for battalion chiefs and division chiefs because it's not technically overtime. As of the calendar year, and I want to give a big thank you to Long Lam for pulling this data for me. Currently, we've received almost $1 million in reimbursed overtime. Keep in mind overtime. This does not include those stipends for battalion chiefs, division chiefs. It also does not include Facebook or FEMA grant money specifically for the operation of the grant. It does include the deployments that we did, but not the specific grant funds. So as you can see that we've been reimbursed approximately 17% of our total overtime paid in calendar year 2018. Again, these numbers are challenging because it's a difference between calendar and fiscal year. And then we just did one little chart that shows our overtime as a percentage of our total earnings, and we're running just about 15% of total earnings being in the overtime category, which I think is a pretty good statement.
So Brenda?
Oh, yes, please.
So just really quickly, that going back to the previous slide with the overtime, the deployment and the reimbursement part, where is that included in the other chart before this slide?
So if we go back, I think it's 2 slides.
So, 2 slides.
Go back one more.
Yeah.
So we have an overtime pay column.
Yeah, but that doesn't specify
which ones?
Deployments or.
Correct.
No, it doesn't have a deployment category, so that's something we talked about. We can add that if that's what the board wants. We did that 1 year because it was the directors in finance said, hey, let's take a look at this, and it responded to categories. But remember, payroll changed from finance over to HR, and then the employee changed out that did it. So, you know, that wasn't exactly well described to them because it's in a different place and it's a different person. We can add that back in because that is, I think in the article, what was misleading, let me just,
Well, I'm not
say
even
it.
referring to.
Well,
I'm
but
referring-
here's what's misleading is people thinking that the compensation that personnel are making is their salary, when in fact, that's hours they work in addition to their normal hours of work. And so they're being deployed or they're backfilling. And so that's where that money is coming from. But that's also extra time away from their families and extra hours of work. And that was not well articulated, so it made it look as if some of the salaries were egregious. You know, Chief Long, top of the list, $60,000 more. Well, why is that? Well, because he went out on 2 deployments, you know, for multi-week deployments. And so, but that wasn't well explained, you know, in there.
Well, oh, can I just finish one? So my big thing is, I mean, it's possible that we'll get more deployments, and I just think that kind of information should be
Yeah, we had
out there.
a conference call with the
separated.
state yesterday, and I think kind of the new normal discussion that was in the room was, we've had in 2 years, 3 what everybody
Yeah.
thought would be once-in-a-lifetime fires,
Yeah.
just in Northern California,
Yeah.
right? I mean, burning down huge sections of communities, firestorms, you know, fire fatalities tragically, as well as civilian tragedies. And so, you know, again, not well articulated is, we also simultaneously had hurricanes that we responded
Other
to.
natural disasters.
Yeah, I mean, not only we send deployments out to the Camp Fire, which is that section that hasn't been
Right.
completely reimbursed yet for, you know, immediate need for firefighting. As you know, we sent an entire Type 3 USAR cash and personnel
Yeah.
to address, you know, body recovery and actually part recovery based upon the severity of the burn. So, you know, none of that was articulated, that's all extra hours by personnel in this department to either backfill or actually be gone, you know, somewhere else helping on one of these events. And it's, you know, it's been unprecedented. We've had years where very little happens, and then we've had other years, the last 2 years, we've just been, you know,
One after
incredibly
another.
busy,
Yeah.
right? So, you know, I don't want to say that's the new norm, but I hope it doesn't continue. Although all the new growth we got this year, I mean, it's going to
Well,
create a
I mean,
big
that's-
problem.
That's why I think we should break it out a little bit more
And even, but
specifically.
even when we break it out, I think, you know, without the ability to explain it, sometimes it can be misconstrued, right? Because again, it gets rolled into as if Chief Long makes that every year. I mean, that's not how that works.
Robert? Oh, go
Sorry,
ahead, Brenda.
I wanted to comment on that. One thing to keep in mind is separating the state controller reports, state controller officer's report from our budget and our payroll. So the report, as the state controller requests it, has predefined and predetermined fields.
But that's the minimum, right?
Right.
We can add.
So what we may consider doing as a district would be potentially a separate report, something that meets what the directors want to see in a reporting manner that meets the needs. So while we would still have to do this annual report, there may be a supplemental report that we would choose to do for you
Okay.
guys.
Okay, thanks. Robert?
I think it's the perception or the lack of awareness about the total, what this overtime really represents and how it's lumped into the total package
Right.
that get lost. And I think, Virginia, there may be something there in terms of being able to split that out so that people can kind of see it. Now, I know sometimes you split stuff out and people still don't get it. Well, those are probably people just won't get it anyway. But I think for the most of the individuals, and that's no disparity on people, just don't get things. I don't get things all the time. But I think it may, for our own edification, it may be to our advantage to be able to explain it, because they will come to us to ask us about it. And I think if it's there and it's clearly, you can see how it adds to the total, that hopefully we will be in a better position, I'm talking about as directors, to be able to explain that to people.
And actually, that's an excellent point, because here's how I think we need to lead in the future, is you print essentially what the salary is for the normal firefighter, captain, engineer, chief, that wouldn't work an extra hour, okay? Because that's it, that's what they get paid. But the minute you work that extra hour, or shift, or tour, or month, because you're going either backfilling, because we got people out, so they're doing their part to help, right? Because every hour more you're here is an hour you're not somewhere else on vacation with your kids, doing, taking your normal time off. The part that makes it difficult for me is to read some of this stuff, because it's really not fair to the people that bust their butts around here to fill behind or to go on these deployments and be put in these situations. I mean, you want to go on a deployment up to the campfire, you're going to be up there for 2 weeks, basically sucking out of an exhaust hose and out there putting yourself in harm's way, fighting fire. So, it's hard to see some of these things because the way in which it's construed is somehow we're making all this money. No, the base salary is this. Every hour above that is either because if it's a backfill, it's an overtime assignment for a project, or it's going out on a deployment, whether it's a wildland or a USAR. That's where, that's where these dollars are going. And we've tried various ways, but I think just to keep it simple, that's the lead page. If you're worried about what people are making, here's what they would make if they didn't work 1 hour over what they're doing. And I don't find that unreasonable. When they make, when Don went out and he made more money, it's because Don went out and was in charge of a group of people that put their lives at risk, including him being responsible for their safety and welfare. And that's a huge task, to be assigned a section of a fire, especially, when you see some of these fires and you hear about people running out of their homes, fearing for their lives, and their homes burning down. So they're not up there having a nice vacation in Hawaii, you know what I mean? That's not, even though we deployed Hawaii, that wasn't a vacation during a hurricane either. So, again, I think that part for me is at times difficult. And I know it's hard for you guys too, because you sit there and you got to defend or answer community questions. But I think the impetus behind it all is start with what people make. Here's what it is. Everything else is done for all these other reasons, and so they're working more time.
I think it's extra work for sure on staff, but I think it appears to me it may clarify, at least for us, so that we're clear to tell a story to our constituents who will ask us that, and if they want any further clarification, we'll just go see the chief.
It's like grocery shopping director. I do a pretty good job of explaining that one now too. When people see the fire truck. So the other part too is in there, one thing that Brennan may still hit on is don't forget, the firefighters in IFF are paying 12% of their pension cost. That's not always alluded to either. So they bear the responsibility for them to pay that. So, because I hear that one too, look at how egregious the pension is. Well, they're also paying for their pension. So you got to give them credit for that as well.
I had a number of questions. I don't know if you want to do it now or wait till the end of the presentation.
It's up to, if you want to, there might be more things that you might want to ask
I'd
about.
like to maybe move through the
I was
presentation.
just trying to, I was looking at this versus that actual spreadsheet. That was the only reason. It was very specific to that.
So one of the other conversation topics that was brought up was comparable median income. So one of the things that we looked at was just our neighbors and looking at median income, keeping in mind that this does not include benefits, bonuses, or retirement. Again, this is just a date of reference based off of census data. Its applicability or relevance is as you see fit, but we just thought it would be an interesting data point, so we included it up there. Some other interesting data points include the 2017 reference. So I know there's been a lot of discussion about our 2018 data. Unfortunately, the State Controller's Office has not put up all 2018 data, so we just wanted to highlight a couple things out of the 2017 data that had been discussed. Currently, on the 2017 data, there are 31 positions at fire districts in California that are higher than Menlo Fire. So we were number 32, and then respectively, the next line item is number 43 and number 45. And again, this is 2017 data. On the next one, we'll see that Menlo Fire is not even within the top 100 of special districts for the highest compensation. That honor gets to go to the Beta Healthcare Group Risk Management Authority, which I didn't even know was a special district in California. And so we ran the list based off of just they give us the top 100, and we didn't make their top 100 list. So we don't have a rating on that one. And the next slide, I'm sorry this is so small. We did rate, in 2017, we did rate number 1 on average wage among fire districts, specifically fire districts. However, we were number 9 in average value of benefits and number 3 in total compensation. So those red cells are the top 10, and they're ranked there for you, 1 through 10. And again, we will have this data available so you can see it more clearly on our website if you guys choose to post that. There's been discussion about recent articles of pay, so we just did a quick Google search of the area to come up with articles relating to pay that were somewhat sensational, and we included those just for reference. This most recent one I found just bonkers, feeling strapped on a $400,000 income, that's the Bay Area. And some other ones that previous directors had emailed to us, we included in there as well, just as reference. All right, I think that concludes it.
Yeah, and average housing costs and all those other things that are real, right?
So the goal was just to give information and then,
Yeah, it's time to wake up.
was to give information and then be able to hopefully drill down anything further that you guys have questions on. And again, I may not have those answers, but be more than happy to, for example, produce a supplemental report.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a couple issues. It's a new concept to me to have a salaried management employee collect overtime wages under any circumstances. I heard something about a stipend. It's a stipend and not overtime. I don't understand the distinction in this case.
Well, I have to explain because it affects me as someone who goes out on appointments because I'm trying to train future striking leaders. Because I'm a salary employee for the state of OES, if I'm a salary employee, I do not earn overtime here. I do not earn overtime through the state reimbursement. So basically what it is I accrue my straight pay for all hours above my normal work day. So on a business day, say it's Tuesday and I'm up in Paradise, the 10 hours I normally get paid, I normally get paid. And then the hours above that, it's straight pay, and we get the reimbursement for the full 24. So it's not overtime. A lot of people kind of just, they throw that word in there because it's easier, it's on top of everyone's mind. So management does not get overtime. The state will not pay anyone overtime that does not get overtime at their own agency. And senior management, division chiefs, and myself do not get overtime. So the stipends in there just because we have to have language written down for OES to compensate us. If we had no language written down on that, they would not compensate us for our time on these incidents.
I'm not sure I understand what I was just told. Is that memorialized in some document or a memo?
The compensation plan, the chief officer's compensation plan.
Is it, okay, so that's a division, I'm sorry, a district employee rule that permits that.
Yeah.
So that additional income is FEMA or OES reimbursement?
State OES for wildland, if it's USAR related federal, it's federal, but I don't do the federal stuff.
Okay, so the provision that allows that is in district policy. It's in the district management
It's
compensation.
actually
their
signed
compensation
under deployments. Right. Right. We We also also have have a provision for reimbursement with our contract with OES, as I understand it, from John Hitchcock.
Yeah.
John Hitchcock has an update that was OES for every year. They send out a reminder. Yes, it's in what the most relevant plan is, compensation plan, and that's what OES bases their reimbursement on for regular positions.
So that's discretionary on our part to do that. Is that customary in the fire service?
Yeah.
Again, that's...
Yeah, my previous employer, same thing, I salaried individual, deputy chief. For my extra hours working above and beyond my normal work hours, I was just paid my straight hourly rate by my entity, and they were fully reimbursed for all of it. Because typically, if it's 2 o'clock in the morning and a 24-hour shift, I'm going to pick up, do emails and stuff for the districts.
And that's actually, in some agencies, been problematic where they've had, for example, battalion chiefs who then are, let's say the other chief gets sick or goes on vacation, they ask them to fill a shift and they're not being compensated. So, part of that plays into also designation, whether or not they're union or able to be considered management.
I know there's a lot of factors involved there.
Oh, yeah.
The next question I had was, how automated is our data collection system? There's a variety of ways that someone can earn overtime.
Can do what?
Can earn overtime, call back, backfills, all the various activities, do we track the source of the income hours? Is there a number or a duty task number that's assigned to each of those tasks that I could go to see how many hours did we have in callback, how many hours we have in shift extension, et cetera, training?
So Telestaff, right
Telestaff
on.
generates reports along those lines? It does not include dollars though, so No, that has to be run through finance, I believe, right? The correlation between the Telestaff hours and
Yeah,
dollars.
because the Telestaff is downloaded and input into the accounting system.
So is that a regular report that's produced?
No.
You know, we haven't done it that way. At the staff level, we discuss hours and where the hours are going. It's not necessarily the financial side of it, other than on the reporting annually, you know, we keep track of it that way. Because one of the questions is, how many hours of overtime? And again, what I always caution people is, well, overtime or backfill, because that's a delineation that also means you got to have a body for a body. So sometimes, again, the kind of liberal use of the word overtime, as Don mentioned, equally
Right, it's usually
creates
used in the aggregate,
Yeah.
and it would be nice to see the various categories, what is generating the overtime.
and we do look at, again, we look at where it's going.
So
Okay,
You
but
can
I
see
would like to
that-
see, we talked about different reports that the board might like to see. That is one that I would like to see on a regular basis, quarterly or
That would be,
annually.
I think he's asking though for Telestaff
well, because Long Land does that monthly.
breakout. It's a manipulation of taking Telestaff hours and then looking at the ADP and trying to match up the program with the hours.
Right, when he does his monthly program updates, there is a section on there that captures overtime associated with the program, like how much went to training, how much went to water rescue.
That's correct.
So we could give it to you on a programmatic basis.
I'd like to see it both ways. I'd like to, you know, say the drone program, how many overtime hours were expended in connection with the drone?
So that would go back to the chair and the director's request, because do you want that to go through a committee or the board vote on that? Because again, like anything else, you know, so single director, how do you want to handle that, Director Crawley, right? Because now we're going to generate reports, staff time, so
That's
I'm not saying we're not willing, I don't want the director to think we're not willing to do it.
And I would
but-
ask, I think this is an item that the HR committee should take up.
Well, actually, I was just talking to Chuck about maybe putting that into the finance committee in terms of what we would want to see.
And I'd have no objection to that.
Yeah, so I mean, we haven't had a chance to talk about it, but, I mean, just when Brenda was doing her report.
But the point is, I would like to be able
But-
to see on a program basis and the various categories that generate overtime. I'm kind of flying blind now. I see the aggregate numbers, but I don't know what that.
Yeah, you don't know where they go to
represents.
granular.
I don't know what program it's attached to. I don't know what activities are generating those overtime hours. So if we were to attempt to control it, I don't know where we would start.
And help me here, and I hear what Jim is talking about, but the question becomes one, is there at this point, I mean, where is the major issue? Is it because people are making too much money? Or is there too much overtime being spent? Because we don't have a benchmark as to what is enough. Because I think, and I heard, you know, just looking at quarterly reports or monthly reports, that does generate staff time. So I think it would kind of, for me, help me out to kind of narrow it down to what is the real issue. Is it too much overtime? Is what is the heartburn? Or I'm not sure what.
I'm not taking any position on the overtime hours being used. If an employee works the hours, they're entitled to the pay. But in order for us to evaluate a program and understand its true costs, we have to know what those costs are across the various programs that we're
It
operating.
is in the budget.
Yeah, but I'd like to, you know, the true cost. You know, I can see what the equipment cost is, but what's the personnel cost is
Yeah,
attached
it
to a
has the
specific
overtime
program?
per
Right.
program.
Right.
So overtime only in the program.
So you're talking another line item in our budget, you know, in with the numbers that Kathy is giving to us every month? Kind of help see that, because
You know, I'll just say, I come from an environment where there's a variety of activities, each one had a code. And if I worked, you know, overtime hours associated with training or report writing or callback, that was captured so that at the end of the year, the end of the quarter, end of the year, you could see what activities are generating overtime. How do you manage these hours if you're not measuring it and recording it?
some of the, I'm not taking it, I'm just kind of, I hear what you're saying, it's really curious. The question becomes one, if, I think it sounds like, help me out if I'm off base here, but it seems like the overtime is generated by how many wildfires they have, or how many backfills?
Yeah, so it's there's the predictable, right? So if, you know, to Director McLaughlin's point, program budget, allocation within a budget of hours for overtime, that's easy because there's codes and numbers and we watch it, right? So you look at monthly, you know, what is that spent, right? Is that program or project, you know, are they at 80% of budget? I mean, obviously when you go to negatives and you got issues and you start looking really close, that's what we follow. Or, you know, you go from one year to the next and somebody hasn't spent all their money and they're asking for even more, that doesn't work out so well either. The other part of that then becomes the unpredictable, okay?
Right.
So here's the unpredictable, workers' comp.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that's slip in the budget. We have 8 people out on workers' comp. I mean, it's great we hired more people, but you know, those are things that we can't necessarily predict. What else is unpredictable? How many deployments we're gonna have? How many fires? How many USAR deployments? Who's going? So, you know, we do track those unpredictabilities to some degree because that's the reimbursement claim, right? So that's time out and people out, and then obviously claims for that to go back. So there's reimbursement within that. I mean, I can tell you yesterday, this is how crazy this is. I literally got off a conference call talking about true cost on the campfire and reimbursement, because we're into the nitty-gritty on that right now. And within an hour, I got two claims back from 2017 on the Oroville Dam issue for 1 and 2 cents to the penny.
1 and 2 cents.
So the staff time just to go through for a penny and 2 cents, what do you think that was? So, you know, again, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with Director McLaughlin. You got to look at all these things, and we do as best we can, especially within predictability, which is, you know, again, programs, projects, we track that very closely. For the workers' comp, we know, again, there's a backfill situation. Person's missing, not going to work their shift. We got to put somebody in that station. And, you know, to figure out what is the overtime cost, well, I don't know, is that a firefighter or a firefighter paramedic, an engineer paramedic? Because we have all these different combinations in there too, based upon who needs to work where that day. So here's where it becomes a little complicated is maybe you have a firefighter in a station, but we need a firefighter paramedic. So to track that, it may not be true apples for apples or oranges for apples because of the way that fits together for the daily rostering on backfill. So, you know, I don't want to make it seem like it's not doable. Everything is doable, but to what level? And then equally, you know, to how much detail. Because, you know, if you look at there what Brenna's tracking too, you can see that we haven't been fully reimbursed for one of the fires. That's the Camp Fire. It's probably one of the largest claims they've ever had to handle.
Well, and again, it's reimbursed fiscal versus calendar. So
Right.
when I was talking to Long about what we had been reimbursed for calendar year, he let us know that there were deployments in 2018, but would be reimbursed in 2019. So they wouldn't have shown on this date range. But I think to Director McLaughlin's point, perhaps we could look at the budget reports that are generated monthly and go from there and start with that.
And let me add, can I add one thing on this too?
Yeah.
So remember, we're doing the annual. So, you know, hopefully before we close up the conversation, we'd like to know what you want to see, maybe what you want to add, and so that we go to present next year, because this year you didn't have it, but we were up against the deadline.
Yeah.
So we had to put it out, and I made a note in the chief's report, and it was like, well, as you and I discussed, hey, maybe this is something the whole board wants to talk about, or like I said in the past, finances had, and so forth. So you know, we're up against the deadline, we had to do what we had to do. It's one of the two reports, it's the one that doesn't give names, so I'm not a big fan of the names being on there, but some people seem to like that. But at the end of the day, I mean, I think we're trying to do a better job of both explanation of the report that you just had, and then categorizing that within the website. So any suggestions and so forth on that too, hopefully, if we can get them tonight, then we can make it look that way next year.
If assuming that the board's okay with having this go to finance.
Right. Or just the reports.
Well, and even in
Yeah.
timing, okay, because the reports are due,
Well, so perhaps we continue with the annual state controllers, but then separately, we can do a fiscal
Yes.
report, which would be more accurate
Because
for
we don't want to
district
get in
data.
the way of your deadlines, for sure.
Or just have data that doesn't really meet the needs, right?
Yeah.
Like, to your point, we probably want to know on a fiscal basis what our reimbursement status
Right.
is, and it makes sense. On a calendar year basis, it doesn't make sense
Yeah,
for the district.
I think if and I'm not trying to read into what Jim has said, but, and what the chief mentioned, there's two pieces. There's predictable expense and the unpredictable expense. And each one of them can lead to, I mean, the ones that's predictable is that certain things happen, you know, it just happened and you get overtime for it.
right,
There may be a program cost that may be, something may be driving that particular cost higher. We don't know. I think that's what Jim said.
those are easy, the predictable ones, yeah.
Yeah. The unpredictable ones, I think we just cannot, we don't know when a fire is gonna happen. We don't know when it's gonna get shipped off somewhere. Those things are unpredictable. I think, to me, it's, as one board member, what makes sense is to try to understand these predictable ones that may be driving program costs a little bit higher than where it should be. And I think that's pretty much what Jim is trying to do. So to try to look at, for me, the understanding of, you know, maybe there might be some tweaking in the program somewhere. If these things happen on a regular basis and that cost keep getting higher, then what are we doing to try to corral that cost? But for the other ones, I don't know if we can. I mean,
And so on the predictable, Kathy, I think made a good statement in there. Again, we track all those things because we know where everybody is. And again, it's a red flag to exceed your budget allocation. I mean, we track that monthly, and so we know what those numbers.
So what
If you
exactly,
see your-
what is
No, I'm
it?
saying, if you see your on-duty, you know, overtime going up in July, and you know that you had a deployment in July, the numbers speak for themselves.
Right.
Right.
So it's more, and unless, I'm interested in all of it, but I think the more valuable or beneficial information for us will be the program-related information. You know, how much, what is our true cost for a particular program? And I think without collecting that information, I don't know how.
You can look at, say, the prior year budget, would have what we budgeted for this year, and then what we budgeted for the prior year, and what was expensed in the prior year. It'll be the same when this new budget comes out, we will have what's expensed in this fiscal year on that. So you can see by program.
But if the growth component was overtime, how would I know?
There's a line item.
Because it's split out in the.
Yeah, it's
program.
categorized in the budget.
In each program, each page has a program.
And
And
then I would go
you
even
have one
further.
that's suppression, but then you do have all the other programs, water, whatever.
Water rescue, you
Yeah.
name it.
So I'll
And you'll
see a
see that.
particular overtime category go up, but what drove that number? Was it training? Was it callback? Was it backfill? And these become important questions, like the backfill numbers. I would think you would need to know that when you consider what is my overall personnel staffing? Is there a need for additional people? And again, I don't know
I
how you
think
would
we have
measure
looked at
that.
that in that
or
respect, and that's
evaluate
why
that.
you had asked for
I don't know how you would
additional
measure or evaluate that without that information.
Yeah, so we do that because we look at, again, backfills associated with typically, again, unpredictable workers' comp. You know, so we can put a budget allocation out for the year, and sometimes we do exceed it. Again, program budgets with overtime allocated, that's easier. Suppression staffing, that's a little tougher at times, especially if you end up with people getting hurt, because that's unpredictable, and they go out for longer periods of time. But when it comes to deployments, again, that's the unpredictable part, but certainly there's a reimbursement component. But all that, again, all that can be categorized and is in many
Yeah,
cases
it's just
as well.
another report. We already do look at that.
I would like to see a published report
It
that.
would have to be
that the
taking
board-
it out of it, what
that
we
the board
use
could
it for,
review.
and putting it into a report.
Well, let's talk about it in the finance committee. Chuck.
Well, I'm not saying we shouldn't talk about the finance committee, but I think Jim is bringing up a data item that's important. I think you've heard all the reasons why it's really hard, nobody wants to give it to you, and so forth. I think it's a reasonable request, and I just would request that you bring it up at our request time. I will support your request. I think, I've been asking the question for 5 or 6 years. I'm told every year that we're reimbursed fully for the cost of deployments. That's maybe true, but I don't think we have any data that would support that. And it would be interesting just to be reassured. I mean, we're the oversight board. We're the group that's supposed to be looking at that. And I think it would be helpful to know what we're actually paying. I'm not talking about we don't get reimbursed for something. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the rate at which we get reimbursed. Is it sufficient to cover our actual cost? If we have to pay someone to drive here for 4 hours, the federal government doesn't reimburse that, but we have to pay it, maybe there's a gap. And we ought to know those things, and we can't know that without having the data. So I'm supportive.
And can I just say one more thing? I wasn't saying it's too hard to get, we can't do it, I don't want to do it, oh my gosh.
I didn't
None of
infer
that.
that from you, Colin.
We can get it, we can make a new report with it, but it's not, we're not putting it across that way. It is another report.
Right, but I think the main thing is that I don't want, I get where y'all are coming from, but I think this has to be a whole board consensus thing too. So I get where Harold's coming from, so that's why I'm saying if the board's okay with it, let's just bring it back into the finance committee and figure out what we want to look at based on the conversation now.
And we are being fully reimbursed for deployments. I mean, we're submitting
We
every
don't-
hour.
The audit would call it out. I mean,
There hasn't been a claim, other than I'll say, because you may have a point with the campfire, but that was the purpose of a conference call yesterday. In the state of California, there's not been a type 3 deployment in state, which means it's a USAR, since the Northridge earthquake in 1984. So currently, there's things that are being claimed within our claim that the state doesn't have experience with for 20 years. So one of the things that was committed during that incident was that we would be reimbursed for all of those. But as typically can happen at the bean counter level, the people processing the claims, they don't always get the word that somebody made that commitment. So that's why the campfire's got complexities, because no one's ever had to deploy in recent years a type 3 that went out and essentially did all the recovery for human remains. That hasn't happened that way.
Chief,
So-
I've heard stories about where we can't get reimbursed at the level of the person we've sent out there. We're paying someone much higher than the reimbursement we're entitled to back from the federal government.
There's truth in that because it's on his
But
pace.
all I'm saying is, if we could just look at the data, we could say, oh, well, we may have lost out there, but we made it up here. We
Correct.
could at least know
Correct.
that we were being covered. And right now, I'm not saying the staff isn't looking at it, but I don't think the board truly has ever had an opportunity to look at that and be reassured, looking at the numbers, that that's accurate. And I think it would help the staff to be blessed, to have those numbers blessed by the board too. I mean, I think it's a positive thing.
Well, I'm not saying it's not positive. I don't want to make it sound like we're defensive either. And we're submitting for every allowable dollar within scales that they give us, and we're getting fully reimbursed on every one of those. When I say for what we submit, because I'm not going to argue with you because it's true, on their scale, right? So I mean, and it does average out. One may be lower, one may be higher. It just depends on how it works. But I don't think it's a net negative for the district, to be honest with
Yeah,
you.
I mean,
so.
it's going to go into the finance committee, so we can.
Well, I'm encouraging Jim to bring it up as something to get a report if you still feel
Well,
like that.
yeah, no one's saying that we're not. It's just, we need to come
I'm
together as a
satisfied
group.
with it going to the finance
Yeah.
committee. I don't know if you need a motion or if we.
No, it'll just,
I think Do the whole board agree to it?
Yeah, I don't know, I mean, it sounds like the,
Well,
if you,
This isn't the place to do it. I think it's a request, and even though we want it to come up to the finance committee, that's not a decision of two people, it's a decision of all five.
that's what I'm trying to
So
say
that's
right
why Jim
now.
needs to bring it up and request it
Right.
at the right time, and we'll
Can
take a
you
vote.
do it at the end of the meeting?
No, you do it then, well, get it out
Well,
of the way.
we could do it now.
No,
I mean,
because it's an
it's-
agenda item.
What, I know,
Should be.
Rob, yeah,
Uh,
it's at the end of the report.
Listening to all this, as to a quarter, at least some type of a quarterly review of overtime relative to, since we have these so many baskets, we've got these FEMA deployments, we've got the operational aspect of our district, fire suppression. I don't know the way you break it down with your actual funding or operational expenses. And then you have an overtime base, right, Chief? And then that overtime
Well,
base.
funding source, we have a funding source.
You have a funding source for OT.
Yep.
Now, what Jim's trying, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, 'cause I went through this with the federal government, but we didn't have an overtime issue. It was like automatic overtime, which meant you were a prisoner and you just had to work whatever you had to do. And we didn't have any overtime basis. But if you've got a quarterly review, you've got it broken down operationally, you have an overtime amount that you pay either quarterly or yearly, right? So you can actually see what your personnel needs and your backfill needs are, and your deployment needs. So you already have that in place, right, Deb?
Yes.
So what we're just trying to do is formalize a report that Jim can look at, or us as a board can look at, to see, instead of that big amount that says operational suppression, we've got maybe backfill station 2. We've got so many hours that we had to put 2 firefighters in there because they were deployed because of the FEMA deployment. So a little bit more specific.
Maybe not to that level of detail.
That's,
Not to that level.
that's more.
Well, that's why I'm
That's-
thinking.
That's just
That's what the deputy chief does,
Yeah.
and the ops
Get to
chief,
this section in
Yeah,
the
right.
agenda,
But
let's
you're
talk.
keeping track of those.
every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because people have to be
Talk
paid,
about
trust
what
me,
we
if we
want.
didn't keep track, and we didn't pay them right, we know about
So
it.
let me get on with the agenda. Okay,
That
any,
hours is in the telestaff.
Right.
As far as how it hooks into ADP for dollars every single day,
I'm more interested in the quarterly basis.
You're right, quarterly,
That's-
exactly.
that's-
Exactly. We don't need a daily. or-
Yeah, I'm not interested in who
In the
backfilled the
day-
stations.
yeah.
yeah, that's easy.
You know, how many hours did we spend on backfills last quarter?
okay, any other discussion?
But they're gonna have to keep that. They're gonna have to keep that daily run.
That's,
Yeah.
it's all electronic.
They do that.
Right.
And just remember, so telestaff, you know, I think which is being explained, there is no ADP telestaff perfect payroll time system because the firefighters and the randomness of their schedule. So, yeah, one has to equate to the other, especially when you get in the finance world. So there has to be some manual work to work between the two of them, but, because we look at hours and we look at budgets, and we look at all the different things, so. But quarterly is, again, if that's a request, I mean, you guys,
But we're gonna be talking about it.
Right.
when we get- Okay, so I'm gonna move on to yeah,
Thank you,
sorry,
Chief.
go on.
you're welcome.
I just had a comment and I just a caution, and that is, this is an issue that bothers many residents. And I think we should realize that it bothers people and not try to make light of, oh, how little money this is, and oh, how small it is, and how it's just a few cents and so forth. I don't think that's the right approach. I know, and I work in the world where there's no such thing as overtime. People have responsible jobs, they work 6 days a week, they work 10 or 12 hours a day, and they don't get one dime more. Did they give up time from their family? Sure. Their kids, yep, happens all the time, and it's normal. And people see, and it's not just the fire district by any means, it's the public sector and so forth, that every single minute is compensated and the benefits are extraordinary and the co-pays are zero. And most of people who live in this community don't live in that world, and I just think we should be careful and not, I mean, I think frankly, our employees are in a rarefied atmosphere, and the less we try to make it sound like, oh, it's nothing, I think that hurts us. So it's just a caution.
Can I just add one thing? So I worked here before, and I think there's a few of us left that worked here before the Fair Labor Standards Act law went into place. And I remember arguing with the chief who ordered me to no longer volunteer my time to build the training center out by the Dumbarton Bridge, because that's how we built it. We did it on volunteer time. I poured the cement out front around the bell and the pathway around the bushes out there on my time. I get it, Director. I worked, I lived here, we did stuff off book. You can't even imagine how much happened that way. That's not the world we live in anymore. The law came in, Fair Labor Standards Act came in, it started in Milpitas. And, you know, I don't want you to think, these guys volunteer through the association, through the union, they do a lot of great things. It is illegal for us to not pay them if they work a single minute in a single hour. I wish it was different. I think a lot of them do too. It's fair in one way, it's ridiculous in another. But it's the law. And I'm not a fan, but you know, I just want to let you know that's the way it is. And that's the, you know, for good or bad, that's the culture that exists. But I don't want people to think these guys are greedy either, because I think that comes across a lot. It's like they're working for their money, and they work hard. They work in a dangerous job that has risk to them personally in it. You know, whether, you know, look at just people talking about the measles outbreak. Well, who responds to medical calls when somebody's got a medical problem or has maybe tuberculosis that we don't know about, or scabies, or some other thing that you don't want to bring home to your family? Or, you know, we're up on Sand Hill Road on an auto extrication where a guy's trapped in his car, but he's conscious and he's burning to death and he needs to be extricated. I mean, those are real things that are going on. We talk about mental health. You know, that's part of why I support the peer group. I mean, I've been right out in front of the station where the guy stuck a gun in his mouth and killed himself right in front of me. So, you know, when you go through enough of those on these deployments, I mean, we haven't even talked about the negative aspects of the Camp Fire and the people that we're dealing with right now that all of a sudden realize all they did was go into homes where parts of people were completely incinerated, and try and just kind of make sense of that for themselves. To the tune of over 1,000 times, they were in those homes, and all those people lost everything. Family, friends, you name it. I mean, one of our dog handlers is involved with just finding cremated remains, because how important was that to people who kept that, right? Their loved one was in their house in an urn or something. So, you know, it's hard. And I get it, when we talk about dollars and cents, it's real, it's, you know, we track I think we do a really good job about that. But, you know, sometimes I think the portrayals and the other issues, we get so wrapped up into what people are making, not understand what they're doing or dealing with, or how they sacrificed not going on a vacation, not being with their family and kids, and maybe having other people that have to come in and help out because they're out on a deployment. You know, we all praise them for doing the work, but then we get to the end of the year and it seems like these reports come out and suddenly they're all a bunch of greedy you-know-whats.
You know, and I think part of how we address that is having good information. We spent X number of hours in training, we had X number of callbacks, we had, so that people start to understand if they just see a headline overtime number,
right.
I think it invites the criticism.
And we've had to your point, we've had good years where we've really tried to do that. But again, you know, we don't write the story. And I think sometimes, as Brennan mentioned with some of these other articles that you see, there is a slant sometimes that can be put in there, and it's damaging. I mean, you know, Rick's here, and I like Rick, but you know, at the end of the day, it's a lot of power to write a story like that, because then the pen becomes either a chisel and a hammer against the credibility of the organization, or is it a true portrayal of what really happens? So, you know, I'm the guy in the middle now, you know, as the chief responsible for all of it. You know, definitely want to satisfy the director's requests, needs. We're not trying to hide anything. At the same time, you know, we started out tonight with, you know, the association president thanking me, but really you, because we're expending budget dollars to send people to peer, you know, schooling so that they can talk to the people
Yeah.
in their own group. I mean, suicide prevention alone in our industry, there's been a huge increase. I mean, John's here, he's one of the ones that started that.
Well, I'm
You
going to
know?
add on to that, because I remember when I volunteered as the chair for the Survival House with the Junior League, and it was right after the Oklahoma City bombing, and our guys, at that time.
That was a
so
rough
long
deployment.
ago, so long ago. I heard directly from some of the firefighters and the people who were deployed there, that it was one of the toughest jobs that they ever went on.
Oh, yeah,
And they, I think some people kind of retired after that,
right.
too.
2 people.
Yeah, and it was, I know it was hard. So when Harold, this was actually last year when we were talking about the peer
Support.
the peer, the what?
Peer support.
Yeah, peer support. And John and I talked briefly about it too. I thought it was a good thing. I mean, I know that even when I first got on the board, even having a chaplain available, remember that whole conversation that you
Oh,
and
yeah.
I had when I first got on? You know, just to have someone to talk to about what they've seen, what they've been through. You know, I'll never know. I've only gone through my English teacher getting shot in the classroom, but, you know, it's very different from when you're dealing with this on a daily basis. So.
Well, the
anyway.
days of, you know, shut up and suck it up are over.
Yeah, are over, yeah.
And that's not the way you handle these things. But again, on balance, on everything, look, we will do whatever the board asks for us to do. I think we do a great job of keeping track of a lot of different things, and we're happy, as Brenda said, and I think Dawn reiterated, to do, you know, whatever you want to see, and
Well,
hopefully it's going to be
Harold,
helpful.
I think anything that helps us explain is always a good thing.
Right.
So let's go on to item 5, under presentations, which was the presentation by Nancy LaPaula, San Mateo County EMS Director, and John Odell, Executive Director of the San Mateo County Pre-Hospital Emergency Medical Services Group, ALS-JPA, on the agreement with AMR West for emergency ambulance services with ALS ambulance transport for exclusive operation areas of San Mateo County. So they are not here now.
No, they're not.
And this was actually, I asked the chief to extend this invitation to Nancy and to John, because Nancy did a presentation to the Board of Supervisors last week, and I know that our chief and 3 other chiefs from across the county attended that meeting. And I felt that our board deserved to have the presentation given to them, to us,
Let's do this one first.
and for us to be able to ask questions and to get answers. So, Harold, I know that they're not available, but I would like to extend the invitation again, when they're available, to let us know before the Board of Supervisors votes on this, so that we have a chance as a board to ask questions. And I'm going to put it out there that I hope you're open to a special meeting for something like this. Chuck?
Are they no-shows, or what?
Well, yes
Well,
and no.
you want me, I'll wait until you're done.
I mean, they're no-shows, but also, well, they're not no-shows per se, they couldn't make it. For whatever reason, I don't know.
We didn't give them a whole lot of notice, so it's
You
really.
didn't expect them to be here, is what I'm asking.
Well,
I
I
mean,
don't know, I kind of did actually, because they had the
It's
presentation ready.
been either, you know, a little less than a week. They got notified last week. So both said they had other commitments.
Or travel.
And you know, in the case of actually responding to a series of questions, it's in your board packet. There's a sheet that has the questions that I asked Nancy specifically, because she's kind of the key player at the County Emergency Medical Services, which is the county agency responsible
Well,
for the ambulance
let me just
RFP.
clear up something. I asked Harold to invite them, Chuck, because I didn't know if they would be available or not.
Right.
And if they were available, I wanted it on the agenda. I'm not saying they're a no-show per se, but I do think that when you're going to be, you've made a presentation to the Board of Supervisors, and then you're telling the public
that you're available for questions and to collaborate. And this vote's coming up next week. I thought, extend the invitation that they would be more amenable to being here, but Harold's actually communicated with them.
Yeah, so on, as a handout to you, the first couple, she responded today at 11 o'clock.
What is the handout, I'm sorry?
It's the one that has an email from Nancy LaPola, who's basically the Emergency Medical Services Authority for the county's EMS Emergency Medical Services Program. And so if you go to that, she responded today, you can see there, and she mentions the Board of Supervisors meeting. This first presentation, which I'll show you though, actually predates that presentation, but response, unfortunately I'll be out of town. If you're unable to attend, can someone else come? Unfortunately, no other staff has a historical knowledge regarding the process. If no one can attend, can you send me the 2 PowerPoint presentations with any crib notes? And then she wrote the PowerPoints are attached. And there's a series of other questions, when you make, because she came out of the Board of Supervisors meeting and talked to us, and she said, we're looking forward to working with you guys, and of course, you guys means who, right? So, and Melanie's involved in this too. I'm not going to, insert her until we get to a certain part. But let me go back before we go forward. So behind you is the presentation the county fire chiefs received with no handouts back in February, which predated the Board of Supervisors meeting. And so I want to just say to you, because I think it's going to be relevant, when we received this presentation from her, it was on little notice. It was not on the agenda. In fact, we weren't meeting that month. And because we come back from our January annual planning retreat, which was cut short to a half day, it's typically 2 days because of the winter storms. So a number of the chiefs had to leave because their areas were going to be potentially flooded. And so the meeting broke up with half a day. And, I'd asked at that meeting, which has been, again, the typical problem that I've seen is everybody was focused on the ambulance, part of this, not the JPA EMS components and our partnership, AutoAid, Dispatch, and as we know now, what they call the designation agreement. So, this is what she sent, or she presented. Didn't want to leave it behind, didn't want to give handouts. And again, that's her prerogative, but I had not seen Nancy for a year prior to that on this topic because she had come to the Chiefs annual meeting the year before in January. So I hadn't seen her at this point for a year.
Yeah.
Could I ask the chief?
Yes, Rob.
Before he does it,
Yeah.
have we contacted Louise Rogers on this thing?
So Louise
Yes,
Rogers
I
was
asked
there
about
and
that.
she has been contacted.
Because that was my backup
She
person.
has?
Yeah. And let me fast forward real quick. So the meeting date reference on here is April 23rd. As of today, in a conversation I had with a county manager for about an hour this morning, he called me back, left me a voice message this afternoon and informed me that the Board of Supervisors meeting where this was going to be presented has now been postponed. So the Board of Supervisors is going to have their meeting. This is not going to be on the agenda.
And that was supposed to be next Tuesday.
Right, which is too soon for this. So, and I think that, another good news piece, and I'll just say it, part of the coalition that's been built and the momentum behind the concerns, maybe I'm speculating, but the way this thing is kind of rolled out, it looked like it was going to be a slam dunk, I think as some of you know, on last week's meeting, and then thankfully the Board of Supervisors said, hey, we're not voting on this today. So that eliminated that concern. But when I did my presentation to them, my one component in the 2 minutes under public comment, which is ironic, was to say, can you move it back to the June 4th meeting? Because that gives the EMS JPA management committee that I sit on and Director McLaughlin, who sits on the board, time within May to actually hear all this and vote on it. Because this thing has been, this is a rocket taken off from the launch pad. And, where before I said to you, which I got to backtrack a little bit, but I'll tell you why, I'm not worried about the ambulance agreement. Well, I wasn't worried about the ambulance agreement until they tied the ambulance agreement into the paramedic designation agreement and then made references to it, but then wouldn't show us what it was. And then we got this, 72 hours before the Board of Supervisors meeting, we end up with the ambulance agreement and we all start to read it and go, uh-oh, we got some problems. But I'm gonna point out where we think now, after some conversations with other chiefs in the county today, where that problem started.
Madam
So,
President?
Yes, Rob.
Yeah. You know, can you give this to us in a handout?
we
Well,
can print it out.
We just got this too, I think,
Yeah.
literally today.
Well, because
did.
I think it's a little bit unfair to Louise and her staff that there isn't a staff person here to accompany the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
And there could be areas within the PowerPoint that they want to explain certain positions. And I don't know if it was short notice or whatever,
I
but
think it was probably a combination. I mean, I had to put it on there
I'm
just
not
in
going to give any
case.
excuses for them,
Yeah.
other than I think it's unfair for us to go through this thing and to
Well,
have like
that's-
a third person evaluation relative to this, even though we did go out for a request for proposals, and we know only AMR was the ones that asked for the contract. So there was only one. And, you know, without Louise Rogers or any of her staff people to present this thing, I think it's unfair for us to go through this. And I appreciate your input, Chief, but a copy of this would be fine for me to look at.
So I agree, Robin. So we got a PowerPoint, we got two, I don't know, I got two PowerPoints.
That's the two we have up
Right,
tonight.
and today.
But
we got-
not every board member other than yourself and Jim
and so
have this.
And so I didn't know we were gonna, but it's okay. I wanted them to come. And I knew
Well, it's up to you. I mean, if you either, we can put this in handouts, you have to watch it tonight. I mean, it does, the other PowerPoint, there is one thing in there that I think you need to see, because I think it explains
You mean
what
to
went
the
wrong.
the Board of Supervisors?
Yeah,
with
so
that
I mean, you go to
PowerPoint?
YouTube and watch that. I mean, if you want to just hear where we now
Yeah,
figured out we
I'd
think it
love
went
to
wrong.
hear your viewpoint.
So you don't want to see what the chiefs were presented with back in February?
Can I just ask what this
Well, I'd
is?
like to see what the chiefs were presented with as a copy that
Okay.
I can review.
Well, hey, we're
but-
happy to give that to you, because I know we never got it, so this is the first
Right.
time I got it
This is-
today, too.
This is what I'm
so-
saying. This is the first
All right.
time.
That's fine, but I think it's unfair
Well-
that they don't have a staffer here to go through it other than, and I appreciate your input.
I'm
But-
waiting for them to get back to us as to when they can come and present
That would be
to us.
fine, but
And that may never happen, too.
Right, so you
that.
know what, what is the Chuck,
I just want to ask, is this a request for proposals? Is that title correct?
So this is their update to the county chiefs, which talks about their entire sequence and process.
This isn't the request itself.
No. It makes reference to some things that you're gonna wanna know what they did,
Had
because
the
we see.
request already gone out when this was issued?
Oh, yeah, this has been in play for 3 years.
It just says request for proposals there.
Wouldn't be my title choice. My title choice would have been, here's what you're getting.
Well, normally you wouldn't put the AMR ambulance on the request for proposals
Well,
where
exactly.
AMR was the only bidder. I mean, somehow it might discourage,
you go.
other bidders.
Again, I didn't create it, and this is.
This looks like it might be wired, I don't know.
Well, make it
that's
wonder.
why,
It makes
you know, Chuck, that's a great question to ask the presenter. Why is that ambulance on there? If it's a request for proposals, that's what.
Okay. So what is the
And so
board-
to be clear too, on the provider, because I know you have different viewpoints perhaps on this, but I don't have an issue with AMR and their performance, and I gotta tell you.
That's not the issue.
Right, but I'm just saying, because I think the two get kind of mixed
Right.
together, where
Well,
my issue is how this was handled by the county EMS authority. I'm not blaming AMR for that. In fact, again, if you go to the line folks, you talk to Melanie, and I'm not prompting her to say anything she doesn't want to say. I think we're very satisfied with our relationship, our partnership, the way we work together in the field. And it is light years better than it was 12 years ago when we had other issues.
So, I mean, we have people here in the public, in the audience, who might be interested in this.
So we didn't, because of the kind of short notice, we didn't
Very
make
short.
handouts, but we can make handouts. We can put them on our website. I mean, you tell me what you want to do.
Did you get any idea from the county manager when the board of supervisors is going to be looking at this
No.
again for a decision?
No, and
Make a
here's one
decision?
thing, and I haven't discussed this with Tim, and this is kind of new news as
All
well.
this literally happened today.
So today, yeah, to reiterate, the county manager and I discussed the whole thing this morning, this afternoon. He left me a voicemail, said this is no longer on the Board of Supervisors' agenda for April 24th. He did not give me a new date. One of the things, in talking to one of the county fire chiefs today, who equally has had his legal counsel involved with this, as Tim has been involved with all the different agreements and components, and it's a lot. This is a big lift to try and just digest, as I know you have, a lot of these different component pieces and what it means. Their attorney became aware of an issue with the state entity, which is the EMSA, so the oversight group there. And apparently, within the last week or two, there's some type of jurisdictional issue that has come up with the state EMSAs and these type of RFPs and so forth. And apparently that is now at an administrative law judge who just rendered a decision that there's a time sequence on some of these too, which if you go by, and again, I don't have all the language, I was going to hook Tim up with their attorney today, but I didn't get time, and we obviously had this going on tonight, that things need to happen by June 30th. So where we thought, hey, we'll ask for some things to happen within 6 months, there now may be this new ruling under administrative law judge that will not allow that to happen. So I'll hook Tim up with San Mateo's attorney and Consolidated Fire, because that's where this is kind of coming from. And that was news as of this afternoon, literally going into our earlier meeting. I was on the phone with the fire chief over there. So there's things that, we're learning as well. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but, it adds another twist into everything.
Yeah, in terms of deadlines.
Right, in terms of deadlines. So, one of the other things, and again, if we're not going to go through these or the other one that we have, I'll just say this, where we've kind of, if you look at the responses in this letter, what you find out is that these responses are based upon, to I think Director Solano's point, this RFP. Well, when this RFP went out, no one in the partnership was party to putting out or working with them on the RFP. They talk about the university students, which I don't even understand how they would understand what the heck this thing is, because
That was like a consulting group from UC Berkeley, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
well, that's
something
great.
like
I mean, I
that.
don't think it's anybody on the front lines running EMS
Right,
calls,
exactly.
but, so I love those in one way. I mean, that would have used that more for, here's a great example of, get your head around it, just give us this kind of softball from outside the ballpark. But the reason for that was, at the time, is they said, hey, because of these anti-kickback rules, you cannot be involved with this RFP, because you, the chiefs, will benefit because we're going to pay the EMS JPA money, so therefore you can't be involved. Well, the irony in this is, and this is a legal issue now too, because this is what San Mateo's lawyer is looking at as well, so Tim will be interested in this, is that, well, wait a minute, we all now know that the county EMS authority has carved out another $500,000 for themselves. So the anti-kickback rules, I'm assuming, apply to them as well. So then what is the validity of an argument where we weren't involved on the front end, but on the back end, you yourself are benefiting? So what's going on with your anti-kickback in here as well?
So Kim, is that something that we can discuss for agenda item 13?
Actually, it probably makes more sense under what they would have under presentation, because
Okay.
if you saw the slides,
Okay, let's.
you got to understand.
How many slides are there?
Well, I'm gonna have Michelle load the other one real quick, and then I'll go to the first two it's in
Okay,
there.
let's
Because
do
this is
that.
like 13 that went to the chief, so give me a second for that. But let me,
What about Rob's objection?
Yeah, I mean, there's no one from their staff. And it would be like them putting a PowerPoint on Menlo Park Fire Protection District
Well, this one.
and bringing it in front of their meeting, I
Yeah.
mean,
I get it, but this.
I feel comfortable with getting a copy of this. and looking it over, and, I don't know, for a
This-
future
this-
meeting or a study
I
session?
mean, I think that we should have a special meeting, but here's my thing, is that, this went to the chief's group, so.
No, this is the Board of Supervisors.
Oh, I thought that the other one was the chief.
Right, so I'm
right?
skipping that one because that was, again, that's February. Now I'm going to the meeting that happened last week, which you can go watch their meeting. You can listen to what they say. So, I mean, I get what Director Solano's saying, but they are commenting to the Board of Supervisors during that meeting. So all I'm doing is going off of something they already presented. So, I mean, you know, outside of specific questions you may have, but.
Well, which slide?
So let me
do you
go,
wanna point
here's the one I'll point out to you, and we don't need to go any further. So they start with this, the health and safety code, the provisions around that. This is where it goes squirrely, because this is the part where what they did in the RFP preparation, you know, we're all looking, we're on the consequence side now, right? We're reacting, we're responding, very little time for such a huge issue. A 22-year successful partnership, things look a lot different, right? A 30-page agreement where there used to be a 10, 9 pages on time standards, as I mentioned last month, just on the agreement that we are now addressing, which is their draft proposed agreement with the EMS JPA. But in that agreement, it referenced the operations agreement with AMR, which still has to be done, and it referenced the AMR ambulance agreement, which is 119 pages long, which I read on Monday and then went to a Board of Supervisors meeting on a Tuesday about. So this is their presentation. Well, what we all realized is we had time to digest this over the last week and really start to look at it. So they started with what they call the Executive Steering Council, and if you go to the YouTube video of the Board of Supervisors meeting, Nancy speaks to this. You can hear it come right out of her mouth. She's doing her presentation. And they conducted a system-wide stakeholder survey, and then they went to the UC Berkeley Grad Studies program. That's all very nice. And then they developed the RFP, and they ran it by the state EMS authority. Nowhere in here do you see the EMS JPA partnership group involved. Doesn't exist. That's part of the problem. And so if you go to the argument, which they have, and you'll read it in here in her responses, well, we can't pay you more money because that's already was in the RFP, which we created, and AMR has already bid it, and we're ready to award to them. And so what we all realized was in this kind of avalanche of information was, what's in the AMR agreement that we're going to lose? Jim's going to go into this meeting and he's going to be told, well, sorry, it's already a done deal because it was approved by the Board of Supervisors in the AMR agreement, because there's components of what is in the agreement with the EMS JPA. So that's what, as we go to the report, you'll see those 6 items that I raised just as part of it. Other ones that you guys are concerned about, as we discussed last week and even during the week, is equipment. As an example, you know, AMR totally being responsible for any equipment, and we all would have exactly the same thing and no one could deviate. So if the district, and still kind of unknown, I look at Melanie, you know, what about the Lucas devices the district has purchased, which are the CPR machines for every unit we have, 10 of them, that's $100,000 of equipment the district's purchased. You know, so that's to the betterment of the citizens that we go on that are in cardiac arrest because it's an automatic machine. So let me just finish this. So we realized as we looked at that county ambulance agreement, we really don't have any issue with AMR. We have an issue with the way this whole thing came down. So this anti-kickback rules that you'll read about probably would have been fine if the county would have done one thing: not enriched themselves.
Right.
As soon as they said, we're getting 500,000 more, and sorry, you're not going to get any of it, and there's really no discussion, and how dare you even question us really on this, it was game on. That's when at the Chiefs meeting, we all looked at each other and went, well, wait a minute, where is that in some sort of formal discussion, negotiation? That's not a partnership. That's a dictatorship. And now you've added all these other issues regarding performance standards, and then, and I won't go to it because I said I'd do one slide, you add more positions to do what? Monitor us. I'm not even saying it's illegitimate, but there's been zero discussion. So here's the thing that I think has evolved as of today, as we're all kind of, like I said, kind of digesting everything, is that this starting point
Wait, Harold.
had a problem.
Harold,
I have
Harold just has one quick.
one question.
Yep.
You're bringing up a lot of points about this. Formally,
Yep.
have the chiefs that are involved in this process with the Net 6, or have they prepared some written correspondence to the Board of Supervisors via the county manager to talk about issues that you're bringing up right now?
The answer is formally, no.
Well, then that's a big problem.
Well, no, because it's not, because who brought them up was Nancy answered those in what she responded to me. And so now all the chiefs have these because, again, we've been chasing the end agreement. Now, we have met, as I mentioned to you last month, and, you know, Melanie's here tonight. She's actually on a subcommittee working on that agreement that's for the JPA to rewrite all the things that we think are unfair to the EMS JPA and would be disadvantaging us in terms of that agreement.
So there's been 2 presentations, and your chiefs group has not prepared any types of recommendations towards the contract that you're talking about now. There's been nothing written formalized to either the Board of Supervisors or to the county manager or to Louise Rogers, who's the chief medical person.
You got it right here. So that, but not all the chiefs, because again, this thing is evolving. I mean, everybody's trying to figure out what happened. Until we actually got these responses, we didn't realize that everything points back to the start and how they did it. And that's why, as we're being told, sorry, you can't have, you know, this is a done deal, that's the reason why.
Jim?
Yeah, and I would point out too, you know, the Chiefs Association hasn't written that formal letter, but neither has the JPA board taken a position. And the next time the JPA board will meet is after this, you know, the county agreement is signed.
Right.
And then.
Well, it was, Jim, right? Because today, if they move it back to the June 4th date, which is what my comment was to the Board of Supervisors, it actually allows the EMS JPA management team and the board to meet. And I think now, as we're catching up to all these issues, that could actually be a productive thing. And again, I think one of the things that they brought up in the Board of Supervisors meeting, which I thought was disingenuous, was AMR, you know, they need time to react. Why? Because AMR's in this county already. So they're not leaving, they're the single bidder. And by the way, from the June 30th to the July 1st date, guess what? It's the same company. They got employees who work in this county, they got ambulances that are in this county, they have a base of operations in this county. So this heavy lift that supposedly, you know, they made it sound like it was going to be, you know, all you're doing is you're saying, hey, come to work tomorrow in the same place. I mean, I don't see what the problem is. The bigger problem is how all this got done, and again, the rush to the finish line. And I think, you know, we have, and you'll see the letter in here, we have conveyed to the EMS JPA director, and we will send the letter that you have out, which Director Crawley and myself have signed, or are going to sign it, Virginia myself to sign it, but send that out and say, look, here's all the pieces that we discussed as a board in that special meeting that need to be addressed by the JPA. But guess what? If the Board of Supervisors has a meeting before this, and all these other components that are in the ambulance agreement that are equally in the other agreement, it's a done deal. It doesn't matter, you can talk till you're blue in the face.
So I just want to recap something that was brought up at the special meeting, and that is that the chiefs did meet. That's why they all voted, didn't y'all?
We all met without the ambulance agreement, and we only met.
But y'all wanted, you agreed that you would request that there would be a 6-month extension, so it's not like they don't know about this. And this presentation, and I agree, Rob, I wish they had been there. I've already asked Harold to find out when they can come back, when they're available, preferably before the next Board of Supervisors meeting before today, it was before next week, for them to at least come and speak to us. This presentation, as far as I'm concerned, has been given in a public realm to the Board of Supervisors with 4 fire chiefs in attendance on last Tuesday.
And you can go watch it.
So Nancy and Louise both have been able to explain themselves. So I think, absent the fact that they're not here today, and I get it, I mean, it was very short notice, and I'm not faulting anybody. I just felt like if they were available, I needed to have it on the agenda, otherwise we couldn't even talk about it, right? I'm glad that Harold's going through some of this right now, because this was given in a public meeting, and they were able to explain themselves. So I think that we deserve to at least, if you haven't watched the video, at least hear it from someone who was actually there with 3 other chiefs, which I understand from someone on the Board of Supervisors that that's one of the reasons that this is going to be delayed, is the chiefs had questions, and the chiefs didn't feel comfortable moving forward this quickly. That's my understanding.
Well, I think
And I mean, I just heard
that's and I'll say this, because I was corresponding with, Director Crawley and Director McLaughlin that morning from the Board of Supervisors chambers, and, I'll admit, I got over my skis a little bit too. So, because really, I shouldn't be the one, you guys are the elected representatives, right?
That up.
So when you think about it, I mean, it's not like I wouldn't be there, and it wouldn't be like I wouldn't have a component of that, but really you should have had someone from the board there. But, think about this. That's how fast this is evolving. I mean,
from the board where?
Our board.
our board should have been in that Board of Supervisors meeting. I don't think we understood the relevance.
Which one?
The one last week,
The one for this agreement being heard.
last
Did you
week.
see me in the hallway?
Well, yeah, you were there, but I didn't know, Rob, what they were gonna have there that day. I mean, you were there, you're right. But you got a subcommittee, you got a president and someone who sits on that JPA, that if we will, look,
I was there.
you were there, and I'm
Did
texting,
you
I sent that
the
letter.
presentation, right?
I didn't need to stay for the presentation because I had spoken to the major players before they even met.
Really? Who was that? I'd love to know, because we have a committee doing it.
To John Odell,
Oh, John Odell? Yeah.
the manager there, and pretty much got the lowdown as to what this was about, and I saw Harold there.
Okay,
And I didn't stay for the presentation.
okay, well, so,
All right, and even with this presentation, you don't have it would be like them putting a PowerPoint on the Menlo Park Fire Protection District. I mean, you can see what the items are, and you can read the subtitles and everything, but you don't have that question and answer aspect.
I agree.
And
I agree with you, except with one point. I don't think we'd ever do business like this, because the way this thing's been rushed through, that major principals, parties, and partners have not seen it, and then all of a sudden it's stuck in front of a body that would vote on it. I don't do business that way. We have a lot of partners in USAR and other agreements with the federal government and state. We spend weeks and months working with them. We have subcommittees. There's transparency. You can find documents. There's none of that. There's none of it. None of it. It doesn't exist. I got a February PowerPoint I couldn't even get a handout from, and then I got an agreement, on a Monday morning to go to a Board of Supervisors meeting on a Tuesday, where they were pretty much locked in to vote on it, and this is going to be a 10-year commitment. And then as we pour through that agreement, we realize if they vote yes on this, they're going to lock us out on first response units that are in there, dollars that we're going to get to the EMS JPA, what the county's going to get, and several other provisions on fines and penalties that will keep for themselves on our back, which is that other staff report that you see in there, and a few other things.
Hold
When you
on,
say-
Chuck,
just
I
for
have
understanding,
a
let me
quick,
just-
okay, go
Real
ahead.
fast, when you say it, before they vote on it, which is the it?
The ambulance agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So Rob, I'd like to know what exactly happened when you had a conversation with John Odell. I think this board deserves to know. I don't know, I'm serious. I have not talked to John Odell, so I would love to hear what happened.
Do you want a transcript?
No, I'd like to know what you asked and what he said. I mean, we're talking about this and we've been, I'm not involved, and so if you're talking to people, I'd love to know what the executive director of the EMS JPA group said to an elected official on this board. And I really do want to know. I'm just curious. I have not talked to John for probably 2 years.
Why don't you ask him?
Because he's not here and you are, and I think the public deserves to know exactly what transpired between you and John Odell if you talked to him about this.
Well, I was there, okay, as the representative of the county through our fire board, and I was there as a
Actually, I
citizen.
am also the representative of the county.
And that's a little crazy.
No, it is, but it may,
to
yes,
share.
but I'd like to hear what happened with your conversation with John Odell.
Yeah.
Is it
He's-
possible, through the chair,
Yeah.
can we, unless other board members want to hear, I think this is an offline with you and Rob, after, somewhere after the meeting. I mean, I'm sure it's probably germane, the information you got, but we are only down
I
to
know.
item number 5. We've been sitting here for almost 3 hours, and we have not, and we still got a long ways to go. Now, unless you're prepared to go past midnight, then, I'm okay with that. But I think this conversation and with information is very germane to the committee.
I'm not on the committee.
Well, I'm talking about a representative, if I may say. If you're on that representative committee, you and Jim, that I think you got.
There's only one person on the committee, Robert.
Okay.
That's why I'm curious as to what transpired and whether or not it's
So
crazy.
How
with
long
this.
are we going to sit here and?
I
go through it?
I don't know, but we
I
can
don't-
maybe, at this point,
Can I make a suggestion? Sorry to interrupt, but you do have 13,
That's what I was
12,
gonna
and
say.
13.
They're all
Just because
related.
you're on the
Yes.
presentation item here, and I think really what you're moving towards is a discussion of the
Yes.
2 agreements, which are items 12 and 13.
I agree.
Through the chair, it's, you manage the agenda, but my strong recommendation would be that if the discussion's going towards the 2
Yeah.
agreements,
I
you
am
move
fine
to
with that.
those agenda items.
Yeah, Chuck,
Um,
if it's about the presentation, because I
Well,
agree
it's
with
about it's about the joint powers agreement that's referenced in 5.
in 5, okay.
Yes.
So can I give you just a summary real
Yes.
quick on that? So at that Board of Supervisors meeting, the good news was they weren't going to vote on it.
Right.
And I think, John knew that, it was told to me when I got there. I stayed outside the room, as you know, and for Director Solano to hear too, because Director Solano and I talked briefly while we were there, and then he left. And I went in and I was actually texting both you and Director McLaughlin from inside the room where I was going to present a letter, and then we discussed, no, let's not do that, right? Because I thought we had 3 minutes, well, we had 2 minutes, so what I did was the chiefs and I had some time to sit there and discuss during Nancy's presentation what we would do, and we all took a piece of, if you go to watch the video, you'll see that, Chief Healy took the first part, which
Yeah.
addressed the compensation and the concerns about if the Board of Supervisors voted yes on that, that would lock us in. I took the second part was, let's go ahead and ask for an extension, and I asked for something to June 4th because I understood how the EMSJPA would play into that based upon the schedule of when they would meet. And then the last part, Chief Kmeyer, kind of added into both of those, and we tried not to duplicate in 2 minutes. Again, ironically, we have 2 minutes to talk to this thing that's been in play for 3 years, and literally we got on a Monday and had to talk about it on a Tuesday. I'd never seen it, 119 pages. So, this whole thing is problematic just because of this rush at the end. I've never seen anything like this before, ever. We do, again, we have agreements with the feds, with the state. I mean, look, you got Rosenbauer here tonight. You had a guy drive from the Central Valley to get here through traffic for something that we're not ready, I wished we were, that he's gonna come back to you in a month. So, but you've already heard a presentation. Again, these things take time. Sometimes you don't do it on the first round, but you get information, and we weren't able to provide you with an agreement, that I said we can't do it tonight. So, that this thing comes out and then is rushed into play which would have effectively locked us up, is, you know, disappointing.
Well,
Troubling.
we can talk more about that on items 11 and 12 and 13. Robert?
Yeah, I think this should be I'm not sure what other major agreements that the district's going to have with the county and any other sources in the near future, but I think that my experience with working with the county and from another direction, you know, anytime someone is asking for some money, want money, there's always a hurry up scenario. And this is all this is, from my perspective, a layman's perspective, is this is a hurry up. We want to get this approved because we're giving ourselves a raise, you know. And that process you outlined there, if we wasn't in the beginning of developing that process to how this is going to work, there's something that's coming that we got now that we are disappointed with.
Yeah.
Because they just want to get, and they're going to manipulate, and I hope I'm not kind of over here, but manipulate the board of supervisors and even in that process in order to get that.
And to the credit of the county manager, I think, you know, his decision today to postpone this, yeah, it's a good thing.
Definitely a good thing. Okay, I'm going to go to the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. That takes care of items 6 through 10. And we're at the on the regular agenda for item 11, consider and approve a resolution declaring seasonal weeds a public nuisance. Harold, or John? John,
Harold.
our fire marshal.
It's pretty simple. Basically, this is an annual process that's required to declare seasonal weeds a public nuisance. This is the first step of the process so that we can issue letters beginning tomorrow based upon this resolution passing to all the properties that we've already went out and surveyed, which is typically vacant properties. And we ask them to abate that on their own. They can contest that at next month's board meeting. And based upon any people contesting that, we will then be able to make a motion to proceed to abate any items that are left after June 1st. Any questions?
Oh, I don't have a question, I was going to make a motion.
Second.
I'd like to move to approve a resolution declaring seasonal weeds a public nuisance.
Second.
Any discussion? Not all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So that motion carries unanimously, and we're now to item 12.
No, 11.
No, that was 11. 12, discuss the emergency ambulance services with
So, yeah,
Advanced
so
Life, so we'll guess.
let me summarize, because we've already, and Tim wants, do you want to say something still? or-
I just want to say, so just again, to manage this a bit, 12 is the agreement between the county and ARM.
For the ambulance.
AMR.
AMR.
American Medical Response,
Right.
sorry.
It's the ambulance agreement. So the two parties are the county and the ambulance
Yes,
provider.
AMR.
Right, sorry.
Yeah.
I have to like say. But the point of this item is whether the board has direction on how it wants to impact those two in other words, there's two parties to the agreement, right? So comments, and I think you've got to think about what is the way you want to try to influence that agreement. And through the chair again, I mean, I think if there's overlap between 12 and 13, you could open both items if you think that would be helpful since they're related.
Yeah, actually, it's a great idea.
You know, because it's hard to deal with them, but again, I normally don't do this, but 12 is the county ambulance agreement. 13 is the JPA county EMS agency designation agreement for the provision.
And it's
of
the fast
emergency.
forward, so we're not going to repeat what we did last month.
Right. And just to say that the terms of those two agreements have run concurrently. Like the existing agreements for those two run concurrently to that June 30th, 2019 date. And the reason why, which I think the chief has explained and others understand, is because terms in the county ambulance agreement are referenced in the JPA county EMS agency designation.
Yes, so
Okay, so just as a table set, and it sounds
So-
like both are
I
open
can
for
open up
discussion,
for
if
both
you would
of
like.
them for discussion. So Harold, do you want to talk about this? I do want to
Yeah, I'm going
hear.
to summarize it real
Well, I
fast, because
know.
you already said a lot of things that just, again, I'll, probably better for questions, but I started with the background, I gave you the date in February when we saw Nancy, as I mentioned, the EMS county manager there that was in charge of this for, the whole thing, the whole process. Then you go through some of the dates that we met. The one date that's wrong on page 2 was I had the Board of Supervisors meeting the 24th, it's actually the 23rd, but it's irrelevant now because it's not gonna happen. Okay, but I do give you the timelines for the EMS JPA, which is the management group to meet on the 2nd, and then the full board to meet on the 15th, and this thing to be done by July 1. Again, my recommendation, as you see in there, or you maybe see, before, is that they moved it to their June 4th meeting so that they'd still have time before the July 1 deadline. That would mean this agreement with AMR. In discussion, on page 2 at the bottom, it says, it presents a number of potentially problematic, as Tim just referenced, or difficult issues for the EMS JPA, because then if you go to pages 3 through 6, I went through the contract. Again, it's 119 pages, and I call out every one of the things as top shelf as I can on where I see problems. The first 3 are all about the money and all about the first response units. If the board approved this agreement, they'd lock us in. I don't even know why this is in here, other than if you read some of the responses, they try and respond to the questions that this is why this is in here. I'm not sure I buy all of it, but we haven't had a chance to counter. So concern 1 is essentially what the EMS JPA would get that locks us into the $4.8 million. Concern 2 is what essentially the county will get, which represents a $500,000 increase from what they got before. And if we give you the PowerPoint slides, you'll see things that they're presenting in terms of additional positions and oversight that they want. It's not exactly what they say. If you go to concern 3, it gets into the number of first response units, which we now know, and I told you last time, Menlo has actually 10, not 7. So, you're not going to get any more money, but I say it's not all about the money, it's about the quality of the care, and it's about the first response, and about, helping people. The district is not fully reimbursed by the county, and I don't think the district ever looked for that, because the district also wanted to make sure you have a proper level of care, you have enough medics. There's a lot of other operational things in the way that we do things that, I think makes it a better service to the community, which I know is important to the fire board as it is to all of us that are involved with that. So song and verse, you have exactly what you have to read 119 pages. You just go to what I wrote in here, and if you want to, you can cross-reference to the agreement. Priority 4, because I tried to put them in some priority, because the other fire chiefs were looking at this as well, and this is all material to what Melanie and others are now discussing, is, that we have these liquidated damages. So let me just take you back 12 years, because I said it, but I want to make sure I explain it well. 12 years ago, when AMR was a provider, and imagine that you're a paramedic first response contract, or a paramedic transport contract, and you end up with a basic life support ambulance. But not for reasons that should happen. They're not running enough ambulances, or ambulances are in the hospital, and so they're making certain moves that you thought would never happen in agreement. Or maybe they have paramedics not coming into work because they're not happy with their compensation. It's possible they could go on strike. So anytime you would get a BLS ambulance, which is essentially an EMT, we had to put our paramedic on the ambulance because it's a higher level of care, and send that paramedic to the hospital. That means that the call doesn't last 30 minutes, it lasts 2 hours. The engine follows the ambulance to the hospital in that particular scenario, picks the firefighter up, they got to drive back to their community where they service the district, And again, all that is additional time. The proposal is written here, if you read it, is like, it's poppies and puppies. I mean, really? I mean, at the end of the day, we're gonna have community benefits and we're gonna have programs that help people. No, the money should go back to the agencies that are negatively impacted. So if they said to me, hey, guess what, we're gonna run BLS transports because we can't get enough paramedics to show up to work, or because we got a strike by the paramedics, I'm immediately gonna call Dawn and go, start putting extra people on the roster today on overtime so that we aren't sending the engines to the hospital. We need more paramedics on duty because I can't afford to lose units leaving the district. That's a cost to the district in the way that we would behave. So it makes no sense that there's no penalty or impact offset coming back to us. I don't even understand this thing. I don't know who came up with it, but you know what? And again, sometimes it is about money if you need to be reimbursed for something. They make a move, we got to counter it. Now, in 10 years, since, AMR has changed what they've done, they've been more transparent, they've brought in a different management team, we haven't had to do this. But if you live through this was miserable. And you hope it never happens again, but there's no guarantee of that, right? So you got to write penalty and other issues in here that's, I think, realistic to where the impacts are going to hit. And guess what? The impacts are going to hit the first responders on the call in the field, which is the fire personnel. So I don't really explain it because that's how I look at it. When you live it and you see it, and I'm on the phone. Why is how fast can we get something back here and it's out of service for 2 hours? That's not acceptable in that configuration. We send people to the hospital because we got trauma calls that require more people to go. Hey, the lady that got hit by the train up here, we sent 2 paramedics with the paramedic from AMR because we wanted to give her a fighting chance to live. So we make our own decisions, but that's in the field because we think maybe we got a chance of saving somebody's life. I'm okay with it then. That's fine, but not because there's a lower level of service that gets baked in at some point, and that's not acceptable. So, again, some of these things, as I read them, I mean, it's like deja vu back. I mean, number 5, that was number 4, number 5, very quickly, and I'll go to 5 and 6 and be done. On this one, this whole fund that will be there, is that the right one?
Is that the prior concern was to approve the ambulance agreement?
Yeah, so this one is all about different things that they're going to get and so forth. And, it's this fund that they set up, this hardship policy and other things. So, that's kind of all wrapped into one. And then it's the prisoner one that I have in here too is, what I didn't understand is there's a provision to transport prisoners from the county for free. But, and again, I'm not going to die on this hill, but there's nothing about firefighters and police officers that get hurt in the line of duty, and there's not a cost to the agency or to the individual for getting a ride to the hospital when that happens. So that one just hit me, probably because when you start referencing that you got a prisoner getting a free ride, then, why wouldn't that be extended to public safety partners in an agreement with them and based upon what they do? So those are the 6. If you go to the other agreement, which we'll get into, that's when I think you get into the equipment more. And, Melanie can speak to that. But again, this provision that they're going to provide all the equipment and we're not going to have any latitude or say is troubling. And that's more in the next part of this. So these are the 6 kind of big ones that I found. And I realized in talking to the other chiefs too, we didn't want to have too many. You know what I mean? Because we're into the ambulance agreement, and we wanted them to move it through. You can read one of the questions where, Nancy corresponding with her, I'm like, hey, I don't want to hold the ambulance agreement. That's never been our intent.
Right.
But then why did you put all this stuff in there? Why is that in there?
Jim, and then Chuck.
Chief, and I may be mistaken here, but I thought the equipment restriction on what we could carry, there had to be a uniform amount of equipment. Is that the other agreement? Or
well, it's in the other agreement, but to your point, there is a locked-in amount of what they have in here too. So Tim and I haven't talked about that yet because, and Melanie was gone last week, we haven't spoken about it either. That very well could be in here in terms of what they're willing to give. Right now,
I just wanted to comment. I've spoken to a number of people in the community on that particular issue, that under this agreement, we would not be permitted to carry some of the advanced equipment
That we already have.
that we already have,
Right.
that benefits our residents. It's not, and we bought it on our own dime, and we're not looking for reimbursement, we're not asking seeking reimbursement under this agreement, but we would be flat prohibited from carrying it. I'm saying, I discussed this with a number of people in the community, and unanimously, vehemently opposed. Just thought that was just unacceptable, that we would carry lesser equipment as required under this agreement. The consensus was, well, they should be coming up to our standard.
And I've heard that too.
well, and again, what that gets in is the nuance in this agreement, which I got to look at very closely, but I didn't have the benefit of having some support on that, but we got it this week, is this agreement addresses what they'll provide. The other agreement specifically says we can't go beyond it.
Right.
So, I think that's the key point. I'm not trying to renegotiate what we'll get with AMR because that's kind of been, that's been in their negotiations or their agreement. I tried to stay away from something that became a bigger problem where for sure it's in the designation agreement says that's it. I think what you're saying, and I know we've talked about this with Director Crawley as well, is, hey, look, we're not maybe looking for you to spend the money, but we don't want to say, hey, we can't carry it, number one, or number two, we can't buy it if we think that's an enhancement.
Coupled with this is the idea that there'd be unannounced inspections of equipment.
Which is in the other.
I don't know what problem we're solving there. We're discussing both, right?
Yeah, but
I don't know what problem is being solved.
That's where they find your bootleg equipment you've added
I don't
on.
think anyone has problem with inspections to ensure compliance with rules and whatnot.
Yeah, we're
But the idea that
discussing
they'd be unannounced, again, is one of those things that is.
Yeah, it's troubling.
Is unacceptable. And as long as I'm expressing my, my concerns here. The other one is this idea that we would be obligated to notify EMS when we put equipment out of service,
Yeah.
I believe within an hour.
Yeah, short period of time.
When that information is available from the dispatch center.
Right.
And could be collected at some of the time to put that burden on us I didn't see any benefit that would be created or any improvements that would be created by doing that. I would like to see us focus on how do we capture, our objections, our reservations, and what's the most effective way of getting these agreements changed in advance of their presentation to the Board of Supervisors and then the JPA board on May 15th.
John?
I have a question for the chief, and then I have several comments. On page 2 of the staff report, chief, very top,
For item 12.
for item 12, very top of the page, this is what I referred to when I asked you the question. This says on April 3rd, the ambulance agreement was signed.
Yeah.
And you told me it had, I'm trying to understand if the ambulance agreement has been signed or not signed.
No, if you go on that if you go on that contract, you'll see it.
Can I answer that?
Yes.
Yeah.
When the county considers it for approval, they want the other parties to already say they agree with it. So AMR signed it so that if the county approved it, they knew AMR already agreed.
AMR didn't sign
It's like a
it.
Yeah,
tentative
they did.
tentative
The sig-
agreement.
Well,
The
this-
signature, if you look at.
I'm not arguing, but that's not what this says. This says the EMS agency signed it.
Yes, the representative signed it.
She's with the county.
Right, but it'd be like a tentative agreement with the
Oh, so it's just a
union.
tentative signature.
Well, until the Board of Supervisors ratifies it through.
Okay, I thought this, when I said it's
Yeah,
already
so
been
that's, now I
approved.
understand what you're saying, no. The parties have sat down over a
Okay.
3-year period of time, and now they've tentatively agreed to everything in this agreement.
So
Okay,
the only way that you could have actually brought anything up was before the Board of Supervisors signed it, which is why we are here today.
well, that's the
Right.
comment that I would like to make. first of all, Chief, I was a little impatient with your comments, but only because I totally agreed with them. I agreed with them a month ago, and I feel like you've made a very strong case. I agree with everything you said. You have dealt with a lot of the technical things that are important for operators, and I agree with that. But let me speak on behalf of residents. And I too have talked to people about this, and they have almost uniformly thought that I couldn't possibly understand what I was talking about because it wasn't possible that the county would do something like this. They said, oh no, you must have it wrong, that just wouldn't happen that way. What we're effectively doing here, I mean, our district is very proud of the services we offer, the variety of services. We have higher compensation, we have better benefits, we have this incredible equipment. We're beefing up equipment where we felt we didn't need enough and beefing up crews. We're doing all this stuff. And essentially the county is coming in and seizing our stuff for distribution to the whole county. I'm exaggerating slightly, but that's effectively what's happening here. And I know just in passing, because I asked you the question, we have this wonderful letter from the family out here about how great our firefighters did. I'm not taking anything away from them, but our people went out and served a camp for billionaires, essentially, and saved the camp for billionaires. That's not the mission that we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be dealing with our own people's needs. And therefore, it seems to me we're dealing with a kind of an implacable enemy here. This is an enemy that is not supportive of us, it's not supportive of our residents, and I would like to propose a solution.
Who's the enemy, the county? Who's the enemy?
Yeah, I think the county, and by the way, I'm not sure all the chiefs are allies of ours either. To those,
They're not.
to the extent that there are some chiefs who are benefiting from our contributions to them, they're not helpful. And so I have a solution that's not the ultimate solution, but I think it's a starting solution. I would like to make a motion, basically.
Well, can we finish the discussion?
No, I'd like to make a motion, which I can do.
Yeah, okay.
We have, now that this meeting at which this will be voted on has been moved back, we are able to comply with the procedures specified in the JPA agreement of 2009. It allows us to provide notice of our intent to withdraw from the district at the end of within 45 days of the agenda posting of this ambulance contract. We don't know when it will be considered by the board. And it seems to me we have a window. It might not work, but it doesn't hurt us to send in the letter anyway. So I'd like to make a motion that we deliver a letter tomorrow, April 17th, to the JPA of our intention to withdraw as a member of the JPA, according to Section 14C of the current Joint Powers Agreement. We remain prepared to discuss a new JPA when and if a satisfactory arrangement can be negotiated. I think, so that's my motion. I would like us to inform the JPA of our intent to withdraw. We will talk to people, we'll make arrangements that work for us, but I think we need to act in this very narrow window that we have to announce that we don't want to remain and deal with this for all the reasons you said. So I'm hoping that there will be a second for my motion.
Is there a second? Okay, there is no second, so the motion fails for lack of a second. Are we done?
Yep.
Okay, do you have any comments, Robert? Because I have some comments that I'd like to, okay, so.
As soon as you're done, Virginia, I have.
Oh, sorry, you go ahead.
No,
I think you
no,
were.
go ahead.
I mean, mine are very short, so, but I mean, because they follow pretty much what everyone else has said.
The report's a great report you did. And Chief, your presentation relative to the weaknesses is right on. Except there are a few things that bother me that aren't in this contract. And I know that AMR got the Department of Homeland Security contract for disasters to provide ambulance services. And in this contract, there isn't anything relative to that at all in here. And I think that's really important for us, for the county, in case there is a disaster in North Carolina and AMR has to provide a number of ambulances to respond, or New Orleans, or, so that's not in this. So are they going to be able to provide us with the ambulance service here for San Mateo County, the way we have it now, if they've got to dispatch 300 ambulances across the country? So that was not in here.
Well, short answer would be, I would hope so. But the reality is that there's also penalty clauses. So again, I mean, to my earlier statement, I'm assuming that's what they would do, and we've never been negatively impacted for any other disaster that they've had elsewhere that they've responded to. In fact, they operate very efficiently and effectively in this county. But what is in there is the penalty section, and equally what they have to provide. So, you know, I wasn't at the table, we had no input, as you know. And I think they're a good organization, and they've never, in the last 10 years, underperformed. How's that?
That's why I asked that question, that you all met. Was there anything written formalized that you actually gave to the Board of Supervisors? No.
No.
So and what really concerns me is kind of what Chuck brought up, where that, are some of those chiefs really on our side? I mean, because they work for city managers or town managers that maybe have an alternative motive relative to that, because there's been, 9 changes since 2009 involving this JPA, and a lot of cities have consolidated their fire services together, which, as Virginia brought up in the last meeting, where a lot of them have an extra few votes on this JPA, even though they've consolidated their fire services. So that's another concern that we've already brought up. And finally, now that the firefighters union for the county represents the paramedics too, and, you know, does that affect this contract in any way? Was there a meet and confer with this JPA, with the district? Because we've got a paramedics and the firefighters that are represented by the same union.
Yeah.
So, you know, that might be a factor too.
We haven't seen any issue there. And so I wouldn't suppose that there's one. But
there isn't anything in here about any type of labor agreement or anything.
And again, not our call to negotiate
Well,
it.
that's part of the problem, right? They haven't
Maybe.
even talked, well, no, but the point is that we haven't been brought in to even have the discussion. Not we as an agency, but we as the emergency response
Well, and
community.
again, to my earlier point, I mean, if things go wrong, we'll be cleaning up the mess. I mean, we've been there before, but again, to their credit, it's not been that same way for 10 years, so.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, so, thanks. So Rob, you brought up this whole point about the chiefs, both you and Chuck did. I can tell you right now, I mean, I don't think the chiefs, most of them probably are not on board. And I think even with the Board of Supervisors, I mean, if you watch the video, it's very clear that Supervisor Canepa in Daly City, you know, clearly has his interests and really wanted to get this thing done. And I think Supervisor Dave Pine was, quite frankly, the only one asking questions, and I think that was very helpful to kind of get this thing on hold and understand what the chief's concerns are. So I do think that y'all are right, the chiefs are not going to be on board, because as we've seen in some of our neighboring jurisdictions, they relied on an automatic aid model, and again, it comes down to, is it reciprocity or is it subsidy? And the lines are being blurred, so I fully never expected a lot of the chiefs to be in agreement with our chief.
No, we're very fortunate to have you, Chief.
Right, and
Thank you.
so I'm glad
I'm old,
that
I've been
you're
around a
here to
while.
advocate for this, because Harold, I'm gonna tell you, I've heard the same thing from the community, from residents in Menlo Park and Atherton and even unincorporated Redwood City, where they actually, and I agree, think that this is a market failure. It's almost like, in my opinion, a county-sanctioned monopoly. Basically, they're going to be voting on telling Everyone else, this is the only agency, only ambulance service that you're allowed to deal with. It's basically a county sanctioned monopoly.
So when you get the handouts, it'll show you how many people bid, how many people responded.
One bidder, right?
Well, eventually, yeah.
Yeah, AMR.
But it does show you,
That
does
was
lay
in
out
your
their
presentation.
process. So, you know, I know we didn't go through that, but, you know, they did go through a process, and that's what it
Right,
was.
that's the part,
I'm not
But it's
here to,
also
I'm not here to
a
argue
market
that,
failure.
you know,
Right.
against AMR.
no, I'm not talking about AMR, I'm talking about when you have an emergency, and these are people who have no other choice but to, I mean, we had a member of the public talk about his experience last time. No other choice but to call one agency, one ambulance service provider, right? I get it, I mean, to rubber stamp this without absolutely any discussion based on a 20-year-old model where, I mean, I've got the FRU sheet here, I have 9 agencies out of, that really should be the group that actually votes, because we're providing, we and 8 other agencies, if you take out others who don't have a fire department or anyone who actually provides that service, they're basically able to vote on financial matters that affect our residents. That's really what this comes down to.
And that's in the letter.
also part of the market
That's in
failure.
that letter that was sent
Right.
to the
But that's also
JPH.
part of the market failure when you have like one agency. So I agree with Rob and Chuck. We're not going to have most of the chiefs on board. I'll tell you, probably from the 15 agencies here, most of them are not going to be on board, because they view this as a model that benefits them at the expense of our residents, quite frankly. And that's not to say that we should not participate and collaborate, but I also think that we need to be represented more fairly. This is like, I mean, I hate to go back to the founding fathers, but this is kind of like taxation without representation.
So the next staff report kind of covers that, because it's got the automatic aid
Yes.
agreement. And I didn't put that in there so we'd have a long debate over I wasn't really giving it to you to do that. But I know last time we got to this, you didn't have it. So, you know, I think we're prepared. And we've also brought Chief Cole in, as you know, to help work on this, to talk about what's model language. I'm hearing the concern. I understand the concern. I share the concern. I would just say, though, in defense of some of the chiefs, who are all good people, that it looks different from different angles based upon who you work for, who their managers are, what their elected officials feel and say. And, you know, we at times are not in agreement. It's, you know, it's too bad, but it happens, right? It doesn't mean that they're bad people, and it doesn't mean that we don't get along.
This is not a personal
But,
issue.
yeah, but this isn't about, you know, to get along, you gotta go along.
Right.
And so at the end of the day, I think there are big issues here. To be fair to the Chiefs group, this is beyond them in many cases, because it goes to their elected bodies. And it's about, again, it's about an agreement that's gonna affect their communities. Now, you know, if you don't mind, can I move to the next report?
13?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I before you go there, I mean, at the end of all of this, I would like to hear from you what you want from us.
Okay, all right, well, let me go to that one first. So the next item, again, contains a schedule, and it talks about, you know, what happened and so forth. So let me get past this 119-page paperweight. Yeah, number 13, right? So, and again, you know, let Melanie chime in if she wants to too, because I think this is one where they're working on aspects of different things. It goes into what we talked about a little bit last time, how you heard it. And I'm not here to duplicate, repeat, rehash any of that. I thought that was a 3-hour meeting. There was a lot of substance in there. Some of this is duplicative to the previous report in terms of the time schedule. But, you know, this goes more towards understanding that 30-page designation agreement. It goes to the other components, right? One of which is dispatch. But the dispatch agreement is between the EMS JPA and it's between the county. And as I said before, and I discussed with Manager Callaghy today, I give the county a lot of credit there. They're building a new center. They're adding a new CAD. I mean, all those are reasons why we want to stay in there. Now, we don't know the ultimate number of what the cost is going to be, which always makes me nervous. But, you know, at the end of the day, that's kind of all baked in, and we believe for years we've been getting good value, as I went through pros and cons before. At the same time, you know, when you don't know numbers, you know, I'd love to be able to predict the cost increases and so forth. So that one I haven't given you yet, and I will, as we have some more discussions with them and timing. That said, what I did give you, and we don't need to go through it tonight other than just to say a few things. What I hear a lot of times here is really the concerns are in auto aid. Okay, so auto aid is between each agency and their elected officials. So the ultimate trump card, if you want to call it that, maybe that's a bad way to say it, the ultimate recourse you have is in auto aid, because in there lies, outside of the 659 time requirement and all these other things in the EMS designation agreement, in there lies how we mutually and automatically through public safety communications work together. And Director Bernstein asked a couple questions which I thought were relevant, and I tried to answer as best I could. I thought we did put adequate provisions in there before. But now we've lived through a recession. Now we've lived through consolidations that were done for economic purposes, and we've seen shrinkage in the number of resources, right? In other words, people are pulling things out of the system which no one envisioned. We're adding to our capability. You know, you hear agencies, even right now in an economic boom, where they're asking for more money from the public, and if they don't get it, they're going to have to cut back, or maybe they're being asked to take a reduction now or take something out of service now. And so, you know, we're in a very good position to add people and units. And I understand what you're saying, because I believe the same thing, you know, reciprocity and subsidy. So what makes it so that doesn't happen? And I can tell you this, it's the agreement, right? You got to, and no one, you know, at the time we had this before, we thought some of the provisions both in the EMS JPA and within the auto aid were enough. They weren't. So one of the things that I got, you know, Chief Cole working on, our former Chief Cole, is give me model language, because as I shared with you last time, you know, those are areas of concern in how we're going to operate in the future. I think these agreements are good things for us, but we got to fix a bunch of these so they don't become bad things. And as I shared with Director Crawley, and I'll go further and share it with you, and Dawn's heard this, I think you can be selfish in some ways and say, you know what, we're just not going to give you everything. You don't get to take everything. So you can't empty us out, because we need resources to stay here. And I think that's fair. And I think, you know, there needs to be some serious discussion about how the system performs. And I'll tell you one, and I won't go into specificity because I don't think it's fair, but one of the provisions of the dispatch agreement is, and what came out of San Bruno, is what we call the 50 deep. So our ordering, not every entity chooses to share their ordering. What's wrong with that? We should all know what's being ordered. Now, like I told you, AVL will solve that, because then it's truly closest unit. But there have been little weird provisions like that where we'll hear, well, you know, they don't want to give it to you, and, you know, until they say, yes, we can't show you what they're doing. Well, show us. They're taking from us to make their system work. So, you know, there needs to be greater transparency, and some of these rules and issues need to get solved, whether we go to AVL or not. Because, you know, if that stays the same, we shouldn't be in the blind ever on anything that's happening that affects us. So, you know, again, we'll get into that more, but I just, you know, I gave you the agreement so you can start to read it and understand. In the end of the day, those are all the mechanisms and the wheels, because it's greater alarm plan, it's move and cover, It's all these other pieces that make our system work. It makes it dynamic, okay? We're not in a static system. Things are always moving. And, you know, look at the cost of fuel. When things are moving, people are moving around. Why? Because every time you turn the truck on, that's diesel, right? That's movement. Somebody's coming from somewhere to go somewhere else. That's, are you in position now to take a call in the fire district because you were over here doing something else for somebody else? You know, I don't completely share Director Bernstein's kind of viewpoint of that, but he raises a fair point, which is, okay, but what's creating those things, and are all of those reasons legitimate? You know, we should be, you know, I had somebody tell me one time, well, you know, and this was an argument, well, you guys should be inviting us in to come to some of these calls. I mean, why are you canceling us? I mean, to me, it was nonsensical. So you can stay in your jurisdiction.
Right.
You know, I mean, I didn't realize that was offensive, because that's kind of who's paying for everything, right? So, you know, the way I grew up in the system, and Don and I are, you know, simpatico, because he worked in a jurisdiction that didn't have a cavalry coming anytime soon before he came here, which is, you know, and maybe too harsh, I'll say this. I grew up at a time here where you didn't ask for help. Help was weakness, and you never showed it. So there's a fine line in there where guys are dropping and they're going in, you know, they're using 2 and 3 air bottles going in, and they're physically so beat up and so fatigued. That's insanity. And you should be calling for help, and you need help, and so you better have agreements that bring help to you. To the other side, where it's just so cavalier that we just order people as if nobody thinks about the coverage. I tell you, this district, the way I was taught, you went available as fast as you could on any call, because the next one was coming. And so you didn't mess around, even in overhaul and rehab. You know, some of these things, it was, you knew something else was coming, and there wasn't the expectation of somebody else coming to help you. So that's great that we have it. I think it's a benefit. I think it's necessary. I think it's an improvement. It's certainly, I think, needed at times. When you get bigger fires, we do need help. But at the same token, that also should not become so relaxed that it's just expected in certain ways, in which I think the board and myself and others are concerned about that. You know, maybe that's what 22 years in the system gives you, is people who grew up a different way and thought, you know what, we'll just call for an automatic second alarm, or, you know, I think I need something else, but what was the criteria for asking for that? You know? I mean, and again, on the other side is, you don't want them to be so far behind we're losing property and getting people hurt or killed. So, you know, that balance, like I said, you know, one of the things I want to see in the county data, I want to know how many of those calls there are. I want to see an auto aid that we're doing after action reports, that we're getting data that says, here's what happened and why somebody called for something, because every time those moves get made, all the pieces on the chessboard are moving around. And I'll, you know, and Don hasn't said a whole lot, and I'm not trying to put him on the spot, but we've had some pretty deep conversations about how that works. And I just, you know, maybe he can offer a couple of tidbits on that too, because it's a big deal to us. Yeah, just auto aid movement, escalation of alarms, I mean.
Yeah, it's an interesting animal. Woodside has shared their 50 deep with us, so I'll give them credit for that. As many years as Chief has been asking Redwood City, we've not seen their 50 deep. When changes occur, we change what we call a response block, designated specific area. You know, 50 deep is, okay, here's your resources, and we're going to 3, 4, 5. You know, when we've made changes ourselves, or Redwood City changes, we do communicate. We say, hey, we're going to make this change here. Do you think it's going to fix this or fix that or not? Let us know if there's any impacts. So there's collaboration in that sense. And then they're actually saying, well, you're going to 50 deep. So you see what your resources are that we have listed on our side of the thing. Yeah, I come from a different world. We had 5 engines in one ladder truck, and that was it. You know,
For a long time.
Yeah, our first one, here's 5 engines.
Merced.
Trucks to DCs. You know, I had 3 engines engines, a truck, and a BC, and our second alarm was one more engine. And the third alarm was one more engine, and we were done. So, so I come from a different, area, you have to do what you do. So there's a great benefit to having the cavalry, as Chief said, but I think the way that the system's described is not how the system operates. The seamlessness of everything. There's too much of the arm holding or my sandbox, you don't get to see what's in my sandbox type of thing going on. So there's definitely an area for improvements, for sure, and that's what we're hoping for.
I have a question. If you don't put all your resources online, I don't have the right terminology, but if you don't make them all available, how do they ever get dispatched if you're working through dispatch?
So you can't do that today because of a Grumman CAD, that computer-aided dispatch that was built in the 1950s and doesn't have the intelligence within its mainframe to understand how that could work. Allegedly, the new CAD that we're getting can make those decisions based upon our ability to give it an input that would say, for example, Station 2, if in Menlo Fire, operates this way. And it can't just be deployed elsewhere because it's a no rove or no move unit and it stays in the fire district. That's not, the system can't do that now. The system right now can't even track a move and cover, because if we wanted to do it, we'd have to generate a number, and the number costs us money, right? Because we're paying on a percentage of call usage too within the environment that we're in. So, the dispatch agreement and the dispatch movement forward with new technology that will help us, even data, because when you've questioned data, I mean, we have a hard time at times giving you what we think is the best information. That new CAD will be able to do what we're talking about in a way in which the district can hold on to certain aspects of its resources and not move those outside the fire district.
In terms of the charging for the dispatch, I assume, we're charged for the dispatch, is that what you're talking about?
We're on a 10% base fee that everybody pays the same, and 90% on the number of times you use the service for a call.
So if we're dispatched to Redwood City, do we pay for that?
No, they pay for the call because it's generated from their jurisdiction.
So it's where it's generated pays for it?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can I piggyback off the dispatching cost? How do they determine, I'm looking at this spreadsheet from the FRUs from last week's meeting. And if you look at the revenues, we have the same as, for example, Central County. I'm not even including San Mateo Consolidated and adding up all the other agencies. But our dispatch costs are probably, like $30,000 to $40,000 more.
More calls.
Just in general, that's okay. So
we're busier, because again, that
Is there
90-10.
a random amount that they charge us per?
Well, what they do is they calculate, like at the end of the year, how many calls you had, and they assign a number to it. And it's low, I'll give you that.
The same,
Well,
they have the
because,
same number of FRUs.
right,
okay.
but we might be busier.
Yeah, okay.
So you're generating more medical calls. See again, what's incomplete about that data, and let me just tell you on that, because it's a pet peeve with me, that's commingled. So we shouldn't,
You mean the dispatch in our?
it shouldn't be done the way it's being done. We should not be offsetting a cost by getting a revenue and they deduct, because there's room for mistakes. So, in the world of accounting, we don't like any kind of commingling. And so we want everything to be a straight line so you understand exactly what it is. And unfortunately, the way this agreement was done is they take your revenue, they move it over, they deduct your dispatch cost, and then they end up sending you your revenue every month of what you should get. Well, there's a lot of room for error in there, right? There's a lot of trust that what they're telling you is correct. Well, nobody's 100% all the time. So, there's never necessarily a sheet that comes with it that says, here's what we calculated. So it's just, here's your check.
So the FRUs are going to stay the same then, it sounds like, for example, if you look at San Mateo Consolidated, and they have Belmont, Foster City, and San Mateo, their revenues based on FRUs is about $600,000, right? So even after that consolidation, they're gonna keep all of them, all the FRUs, instead of figuring out how to be more resourceful? I mean,
Well, I
don't
mean,
know.
look, the FRU model, which is 22 years old, and I brought it up last time, and I'm not sure we'd have the votes to change it, kind of some of the conversation that you just had regarding people's positions and so forth.
Yeah.
I don't prefer that model. I think it's an antiquated model. I think, sadly, it was baked into the front of this process, so maybe there's no changing it as they've kind of referenced. But, I mean, the best we can do there is add more FRUs to what realistically is happening today. However, if you want to really fix it, you make it per call.
Yeah.
That levels it. That's how AMR is being paid. That's how they're tracking and dispatch. I mean, I get why they entered into it this way, because they want to try and make it as fair as they could. So they looked at this. I mean, it's a call. How much? I mean, so there's an amount, right? I mean, so we're playing this game with a first response unit and a cost, which kind of makes sense if you say to AMR how many defibrillators you need to provide. So that would be a little bit different. It's like how many units. But how does that have to do with billing for a call that the ambulance company gets and then passes through the system? Dispatch now does it the same way, right? Because what I just tell you, 90% is on the number of calls, and then we end up with an FRU.
Right.
Okay, yeah, 22 years ago it made sense, maybe even 10, 12 years ago it made sense. Oh, kinda, and today it makes 0 sense. But I don't think we're gonna be able to change it.
I have two comments. One is, you seem to suggest in discussing item number 13 that this is where we would deal with automatic aid versus mutual aid or something like that.
Well, it's currently auto aid. Again, I mean, I think auto aid's a good thing if you can put other provisions in auto aid that protect you. But yeah, I have mentioned before that mutual aid, some of our partnering entities in different counties, Fremont and Alameda County, Mountain View, and Palo Alto have moved back to a mutual aid agreement.
Well, I just wanted to mention, just to be clear, that this is one place maybe we could address it and we'd have some say. But the fact is, and this supports my argument to get rid of the JPA, is if we look on page 1 of the JPA, this is where auto aid is baked in. One of the whereases says the members of the JPA will enter into an automatic aid and first response agreement. And so, in other words, it's stated here, so even if we were to change it here, we wouldn't have changed it here.
Right, so auto within the dispatch, within a singular dispatch center, I think is actually makes sense. To your point, with the provisions of auto aid, that's where you have the power. And that you, the agency, the directors, the board, myself, all the power, there's no other third party. In other words, the EMS JPA needs us all to come to agreement on how that would work. So at the end of the day, the agreement between all the entities is crucial to making the rest of it work, because they still want to achieve the 6-minute 59 response time on a medical. But again, there's more to it than that, right? There's other calls that aren't medical calls. So as we talked about fires, and so forth, the issues with us bordering 2 counties, Palo Alto and Alameda County, or Santa Clara and Alameda County. I mean, at the end of the day, the district looks different, so there's other things that we still need. And I don't want to skip it, because I think Melanie's here and I want her to hear it again, and you need to hear it again too, which is, if you looked at the agreement that they had on the designation agreement, Melanie doesn't exist in there anywhere. Now, we may not want to ask for the costs for her, but she's worth every penny and then some. But the reality is that she provides a valuable service, and is part of now even, trying to fix things, and yet there's no recognition in there that anything has changed from the last 22 years. With, again, 55 medics, right, 55, 56, all the EMTs that we have, again, 100 line personnel, all the equipment, all the training, all the QA, QI, quality assurance, okay, that we expect, and all the legalities that we deal with. I mean, we have a manager to address that. So, and I don't want to blow it up too much, and I don't want to conflate auto with the agreement, but I'll tell you, it all fits together.
That is the big issue.
Well, it's a big issue because what you come back to is, who's our representative? Right? And it's Melanie.
So, let me, I guess this is a challenge to the board, but, we have a choice. We can moan and groan and bemoan our fate, or we can do something about it. And I don't see any proposal on the table to do anything about it. And again, I think,
Well, we're too soon, Director, so let me just
I
tell
don't
you.
think we're too soon. I
This
think
is,
the only chance we have that we know we could do is something about the JPA. We can wait, we can wait until the execution takes place, and then it's too late. So I think it's a problem.
so no other agency is as far along with, I think, a review, explanation, documents, information as you. And I'm not saying that because I think, oh, well, look at us. Yeah, we're on it. And, you know, and again, Melanie's part of that, Dawn's part of that, the staff, you know, and other people are all part of that. So I'm not going to disagree, but I'm going to tell you, I think on that component part, it's early. Nobody else has talked about auto aid, but you're right, it's a part of a whole, and you got to look at all the parts of the whole.
I'll say again, my neighbors, I live next to Palo Alto. We don't have any support coming from the south. And
Unless it's a fire.
my,
No EMS
my
support.
neighbors don't care about the other places. They care about getting service. And the fact that we're precluded from getting service, making an agreement with Palo Alto is a problem. And
So you're only precluded when it comes to paramedic, first response.
that's 90-some% of the calls, so.
63 about %. District-wide.
Okay. Any other comments? What do you need from us now with this, Harold?
Well, I think to wrap it up for tonight, you know, because I'm trying to move forward, I mean, there's a lot of moving pieces. You know, at the end of the day, the good news from today is they've delayed the item to the Board of Supervisors. They're committing now to having some type of meeting. At the chief's level, there has been movement because we all said, hey, we need more time. So I know, you know, there's a lot of things we don't agree to, but we did agree to that. I think that was a big step. And form a subcommittee, which has been done, and they're working on the 30-page designation agreement to take all the areas that we're concerned about and try to address them. And so Melanie is part of that, and they're working diligently to do that. So what to do next? You know, the reality is, I think we will, in the next board meeting, go through with you more issues related to auto aid, and I think to part of what Director Bernstein just, you know, brought up. But equally, you know, I would have said, write a letter to the Board of Supervisors, but right now, because they've delayed the meeting, I don't know if that's too preemptive or not. You know, the letter to the EMS JPA, I think that was appropriate because it says put these things on the agenda to have those discussions. Nobody else has done that. I think so just at this point, it's just more informational, and stay tuned for things that can rapidly change with this AMR Board of Supervisors first step agreement. But I mean, you've heard the whole thing. We're fairly far ahead, but we were behind from the beginning. So, you know, I don't want to make it sound, you know, again, like what did they say, puppies and posies or whatever it was that I brought up.
Okay,
I mean, I think that having, you know, I will say this, having the coalition of other elected officials, the outreach. I mean, what I can't do, and you should be doing, is having outreach to the other constituents who vote. Because at the end of the day, you know, the smaller the group, the easier it is to just say, who cares, because it's a small minority that's bringing these issues up. If you want to say, hey, we've had a difference, the vote was delayed, now the vote is delayed yet again, which gives us time to get caught up, you know, but equally, as we get more time, we find more and understand more issues that, you know, are surprising and unfortunately shocking in some ways too, so.
I think during this moment of in between the storm, that whatever, I know what was brought up earlier, was we didn't, out of the 53, we don't know how many of the 53, I guess, other chiefs or
53 chiefs.
Well, who they all belong, first response units.
Right. Who actually fall in the same category as us? Within the elected representative, how many, are 9, how many, I assume 9, how many of those are actually fall in the same categories as we might be in?
You mean for the elected bodies?
The elected bodies. So what I'm building towards is that I think during this moment of a lull until we get to the point of signing an agreement or voting on it, that assessment really, we need to understand who really is with us in this journey. Whether it's 3 people or 4 people, we really need to know. Not, even though it may be a smaller number, it reminds me of that picture I saw once when I was in this restaurant of this frog in the pelican's mouth, but he still got his hand around the pelican's neck. And it's not over until it's over. And what I mean by that, we need to understand who's with us, because, their strength is numbers.
Right.
If we are tackling this thing by ourselves, then they can dismiss us real easy.
Right.
But I think the strength is in knowing who is there with us, and if jointly with those other parties, that there could be this joint letter, a joint effort of writing to the Board of Supervisors or whomever else, NSU or whoever, to kind of slow the train down a little bit even more until somebody recognizes.
Do you want me to take part of that?
Yeah, because I think it goes to the county manager basically trying to call the timeout and figure out what's going on.
Right.
And so that's really the next meeting where, as Director Solano likes to say, I'm gonna throw the cat on the table. Well, that's where the cat's gonna be on the table. So we're gonna know who's gonna have an issue, and we're gonna know who's not gonna have an issue at the chief's level, okay? And, the subcommittee people will be there too. So that'll be an interesting meeting, I'm sure. But I'm not an elected official. See, the sad part about this is had this just gone through, that EMSJPA elected official group wouldn't have had it till late May.
Right.
And this thing would have been pretty much done. So, again, my request for June 4th was, that's an important meeting too. So for Jim, who's on, he knows or should have a list of all the other players who are voting in that, even though we may say that's too many and we don't agree. That's the way it is today. You have to like it. I don't agree with it either, but the fact of the matter is that's what it is. So to building a coalition, and I give Director Crawley a lot of credit, she's got contacts with other agencies. So far it's been 4 entities. South San Francisco, San Mateo Consolidated, and Central County. Not just the chiefs, but the elected representatives, in some cases a city manager or 2 that are thrown in there to have these discussions with us and say, whoa, time out. We're not, this thing is, it's coming down the track at a rate of speed, this is not even realistic or appropriate. And then it's gonna, now they're moving it to the board, and we haven't even read it, seen it, don't even know what it says. And so I think that's been a pretty effective group calling for timeouts. And, that's where we are.
Because that is the one thing that I think this coalition agrees on, is needing more time.
Yeah.
Whether other issues are agreed upon by everyone is a different issue. But
And it might be different agencies that agree with parts and don't.
Right. So the coalition that, just to answer your question, Robert, that Harold was alluding to is, there were some elected officials in Central County, part of Central County Fire in South San Francisco, who had questions about this, and they called and asked if they could talk to, just to get kind of like a second opinion from Harold, and so that's when we kind of learned that they had the same concerns. So I think at the Board of Supervisors meeting last week, the chiefs of those agencies, South City, Central County, San Mateo, Consolidated, and Harold, happened to be there and just to hear what the concerns were. And they did voice their concern. And I think that's part of the reason that the Board of Supervisors has delayed this vote.
So, if I hear you correctly, I'm going to turn this loose, because what I do know from experience in working throughout in aspects of the county and in other places, that if there is a lot of squeaking going on, they want to listen. They will listen to that. And that's why I'm asking how many, and trying to get a total number of, I know there's a chief and then there's elected officials, and how many elected officials, if it's 9, and you say there's 4, then how many of the chief
So
actually?
these are 9 agencies. All of these entities they have a vote. So these other elected officials that I have been in communication with are with fairly sizable agencies, which is, if you look at the geography of where they're from, you have north, central, and south. And that's why, I mean, just to take the baby incremental steps first, to get some kind of agreement in terms of time, that's, I think, I mean, I don't know if that's what you're hearing, but that's what I'm hearing, that everyone's concerned about this whole JPA situation being rushed through.
I understand that.
And therefore wanted time, and I agree, we didn't want to be out there alone.
No, yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to, from what I think it's important to know the number, because if you don't, we don't know.
The number of votes?
Okay, maybe I'm confused. You help me out here. There are, you mentioned there are 5 agents and 9
No.
agents.
On this piece of paper,
Just tell me how many agencies.
well, on here, it's 15 to 16, okay? And so, but in reality, 9 agencies provide emergency response services, which would include ours, Woodside, San Mateo, Foster City, Belmont, South City, North County Fire, Coastside Fire, Redwood City. Who am I missing? Central County, Central
There's
County.
currently 10 chiefs
Yeah,
in the county.
yeah.
But let me just give you kind of a better number. Of the 10 chiefs, the county fire chief is both the state fire chief, so he's
And
CAL
San
FIRE,
Mateo County,
so he's
yeah.
also the county's provider, and they provide services to Coastside, Half Moon Bay, Point Montero, those folks. So he has all that under his jurisdiction. In essence, where the nuance is to what you're asking is, so, those 9 other entities pretty much are either consolidated or they were districts already, or they're still standalone. That's the number that you're looking at. You're looking at about probably 12. But if you go to the number that Director
It's like
McLaughlin's going to be
15.
dealing with, it's in that agreement.
Right.
You'll count up to, I think, 21
Yeah.
different entities, and that's how many players there are. So, your question, I think, on the political side is how many people you got to talk to? Yeah, 21 different people.
And of the 20 people, how many
Or would be with us?
will be with us, or how many is going to be?
I don't believe.
I can't answer that
We
question.
That's what
won't
we got. I mean, I
know.
think that's what
I
we
get
find
it,
out.
I get it, but I can tell you, and based on my opinion today, just thinking of the list, even this FRU list, we would not have the votes to do what we would like, which is why we need to deal with more collaboration and negotiations. So, like I said, for the 4 agencies, South City, San Mateo Consolidated, Central, and us, the one thing that I think that we were able to do is agree that we needed more time. And then there's got to be further conversations. Did that make sense? Because I don't think that we would have a lot of people on our side.
Well, I think one more person would be an added benefit.
Well, why? Because it's a majority? But that's not a majority of, for 21 people, we would need 11 agencies to, and we're, right now, maybe have 4.
But they've got work on our hands.
I
that work?
understand that, but they all have different, I'm not in disagreement, Robert, but what I'm saying is that we got to think through what position they're in too. We can advocate for our position, and we should, but they're going to have totally different needs. That's where, in my opinion, like the subsidy and the reciprocity issue, for example, that's one issue that I think is going to be a very sensitive topic.
It doesn't take a lot of issues to galvanize support.
I
It may
know.
take one common issue that everyone has.
Well, right now, that's the time issue.
And then also, as Virginia brought up with 21 members, with the consolidation of all those fire services,
They get votes.
why would,
Well, that's
You know,
that's a legitimacy question that
That's a
goes to the
structure-
constructive
that's a structure
agenda.
problem. Yeah.
I mean, but, you know, why would those smaller cities that have merged and consolidated their fire service vote against?
And
the
who still
JPA?
have a vote? Right.
And they still have a vote.
Right. They would not. That's exactly right.
And then you've got, what, did you say 10 fire chiefs in the county?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, how many of those fire chiefs, and that's why I asked with that, the letter or whatever that your group, your county chiefs have prepared, how many of those are gonna put to paper and to pen? And sign that, like you have COSI, who's a state CAL FIRE chief or battalion chief, wherever he is, or she is. And then you've got your Daly City group, and then you've got, I mean, I see a lot of moving parts here, but, you know.
So we could agree.
It's gonna be a unique adventure.
Right, we could agree to asking for more time, and that was 9 of us in the room, not 10.
Right.
We could agree to asking for more time, and we all could agree to starting a subcommittee to look at that agreement, because there were significant issues that everybody went, yeah, this isn't right. So, and that's it right now, and I'll tell you, you know, I mean, look, silence is an answer sometimes, you know that too.
That's the point I was trying to get to, is that if there are areas of which all 9 chiefs can agree upon.
Yep.
Then start from that point.
They did. That's why they all agree that they want more time.
No, okay, I got that, and that's great, that's one, but that's not the meat of,
Well, so, and for timing, just so you know, the meeting occurred, and then we met, but equally, the AMR contract had not come out. So the chiefs group has not had a chance to talk about that and the relevance of that. I know with the 3 other chiefs I'm communicating with, all of which showed up at the Board of Supervisors meeting, there's significant concern. And I see now other people, I don't know if I would categorize it as joining in as much as equally becoming concerned, because there's things that they need to be concerned about. So, you know, again, it's kind of an awakening at one point, because nobody, again, a lot of these guys we didn't have a meeting, they didn't read the agreement, it's coming out literally. I mean, I got it the day before I went to the Board of Supervisors meeting, so.
Is there a way we can close this?
Yeah. I mean, if there are any more questions?
I think we bounced it around quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else, I don't know what else to tell you, because right now, it's both a practical and political matter, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It appears
Okay.
we've pretty much come up with
Well,
what we can do.
well, right now, I think Harold's just continuing to just keep us updated.
Right, I mean, here's the thing, I will let you know as soon as anything changes or happens that we feel like the board would need to be involved with. If they go to the June 4th meeting date, in one way that actually, out of respect to the partnership with the JPA, which was my point at the board's meeting, I don't know the new date, so I don't know that's gonna be it. But again, to the partnership, it allows the partnership to meet and to weigh in on various things.
Yeah. Okay, item 14, discuss and provide direction to the fire chief regarding progressing with the established board priority thing.
So we shortened, thanks Melanie,
Thanks, Melanie.
we shortened this to just this component because this was tabled last time, but there's all those other issues and all those other additions and pages. All this really means to me is keep working on getting then next meeting the board's goals and work plan back to you so you can debate it, discuss it, and tell me what you want to do. So, because this thing right now is in, as I understand it, suspense, right? Technically, I'm not supposed to be doing anything is what I was told, so. Which is okay, because I spent a lot of time on this EMS agreement I wasn't planning on either.
Okay, Chuck?
My understanding was the opposite, that the themes had been put out there, some general goals, and you were supposed to respond to what was possible and what could be done within the budget and so forth.
So when it got look at Director Crawley, because I know this was the big question at the end, my understanding was it was a full stop.
Yeah. That was my understanding, and it was voted on 3-2, what?
Back at the minute.
Oh, let me just say, we were supposed to vote on a pile of vaporous goals. It was a worthless thing. But what we were told by the consultant was, we had outlined these things, we had outlined the goals, and the chief was going to define what was possible to do. You know, either we accept the process or we don't, but that's where the process was. And I think it was a lousy process, but nonetheless, that's the route we were proceeding on. To vote on something where we all agreed we wanted to talk about succession to the chief. And so we get this thing and says, oh, we're gonna look at the whole progress and career trajectory of the officers. That wasn't what we were talking about. And that's what you were gonna come back at. I'm not blaming you, I'm just saying this whole process, I think, has gone off the tracks here.
I don't think we have enough time.
Robert?
Yeah,
To go through that.
Robert?
One of the issues became the big issue, right?
Did you have anything to say?
No, I was looking back at the minutes and it was pretty clear what it said was what happened. So I'm not, now let's, machine and stop working up there. That was what was said, that everything would get suspended until, the HR committee, because,
Yeah.
you know, I don't want to rehash how we got there, because we done did that in the HR committee, but that's where it landed. I think the chief's got a point here. I mean, do the board, I mean, you can reintroduce it, the chief continue his process, so he can come back to the board hopefully next month, maybe, with that plan that he was going to outline to us. But once that vote took place, and because it had all that stuff mixed together, that's what happened. So the HR committee have met, talked about a few things, and so, but in terms of pursuing the goals and the chief coming back, I mean, we just told him to stop. You know, tonight we could tell him to get back on the saddle and come next month with what he was going to finish.
And part of this going to the committee meeting where we were addressing the policy issues and process, you know, that needs more work as was discussed in there. And so I said, well, I think we need to move forward with the rest of it. Talked about that with Director Crawley, and that's why this is here. I'm not trying to do that tonight other than to say, hey, can I keep going? Because my understanding was that we did a full stop, and I can keep going if you want me to keep going, because this process piece is going to take longer than I think.
You mean
initially.
the HR policy process?
Right. That process is going to take longer. Unless you want to leave the whole thing sitting, we might as well start moving forward here.
Okay, so, do you want to add anything?
No, thank you.
Okay, because
So I'll
Robert's
make a
trying to.
motion, if I may, that based on the recommendations the chief have put here, is that the board of directors provide direction to the fire chief regarding progressing forward with the established primary themes, and to come back next month, if the chief can, with that finished product.
I'll second it.
Any other discussion?
Hold on a second. Jones, to move forward with the primary themes, and the chief will come back to the board in May with,
Work product.
okay,
Seconded by Chuck.
got that. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Jim? Rob?
No.
Okay, Chuck?
I just want to say, I think it was a mistake not to have committee meetings last month because we didn't have goals, and I'm hoping that we will have committee meetings because there's a lot that needs to be done, like the budget and some other critical things here. So I objected that those meetings were canceled, and I feel that this was we voted on that scheduled committee meetings at the beginning of the year, and I felt that that should have, if we changed that, that should have required the assent of the whole board.
Well, I will say that just because there were no committee meetings doesn't mean that the staff hasn't been doing any work. So they've been dealing with the JPA, they've been doing other things. So just because we haven't had committee meetings doesn't mean that the operations have stopped. But anyway, so we'll take a vote. All in favor? Aye. That's unanimous. Item 15, consider and approve a resolution authorizing the fire chief to execute an agreement with the East Palo Alto Youth Arts and Music Center to lease a parcel to be used as additional parking for the fire district's warehouse located at 2470 Holgis Avenue in East Palo Alto. Harold?
So it's late, there's no urgency on this. I know Director McLaughlin asked that we have handouts that was also sent to you. We've corresponded concerns back to the arts folks and their legal group. There seems to be some flexibility, correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, with language. So, you know, we have some agreement.
It's really hard to hear.
So we have some agreement issues that we think we can maybe work through based upon those concerns, which we articulated to them. And so I just say at this point, if, you know, we can table it, we'll push off the next meeting, and we'll see if we can move forward on getting that resolved.
Can I just add one thing? So in particular, there were concerns raised about the abatement order and the contamination order on the adjacent property, and there was language in the agreement that Director McLaughlin, I think others, raised some issues with. So just to expand on what the chief said, we're trying to go back to the property owner and resolve some of the concerns that we understood were raised. I don't have any way to represent what their response is, but I think we should be given time to see if we can work through those issues and then come back with you.
Yeah, try and get a better deal that has less concern.
Yeah, just so I'd like to voice my, I can go through them pretty quickly.
Yeah, go through, because I want to piggyback off of some.
If you look at the agreement, page 3, item 6B, it reads, tenant acknowledges and agrees that lease parcel is subject to the Regional Water Quality Control Board cleanup and abatement order. So that took me to look at that order and also the lease restrictions that were filed back in 1993. And there were a number of things that caused me a lot of concern. The deed restriction has some very strong language about the contamination on the site. Any contaminated soils brought to the surface by grading, excavation, trenching, or backfilling shall be managed in accordance with the order that's in place. All uses and development of the burdened property shall be consistent with the record of decision issued by the U.S. EPA. There's a federal consent order on this property that any disturbance of the soil triggers a whole array of mitigation efforts. Some of my specific concerns, I'm not sure that we've captured all of the costs that we would incur. I went out and walked the site over the weekend. The fence along Holgis is falling down, and that will have to be replaced. The grade is very uneven on the property. There'd have to be excavation. And of course, my concern is if we were to do that, per the agreement, again on page 3, item C, to the extent tenant's completion of the improvements directly or indirectly results in any costs or fees incurred by the landlord under the cleanup order, come to us, and that becomes our responsibility. I do not favor incurring that kind of liability for a property that we will not own. and use for some indefinite amount of time. I see there's a 24-hour clock, but that clock started when the grading permit was pulled for the Music and Arts Center. So I've got to think that a good portion of the year has already gone off of that. So we'd be looking at exclusive use for, well less than 2 years. So for all those reasons, I think this needs re-examination.
Yeah, and we're looking at those. I mean, we're talking to them about those concerns, and hopefully we can work them out,
But I will just say that some of the concerns may be fundamental to the use of the site. So that's why I didn't want to make a representation that somehow I see a path to resolve them. We may come back and say, this was the result of our conversation. There are some constraints on your use, and you have to make the decision over whether what you want to use the property for is worth the risk. So I'm not trying to decide tonight, but just saying it's unclear where those conversations will go.
Robert?
What I do know is that in that particular site, and Jim is right, that there are the mitigation, that whole site, Ronflon, Romac, the whole area over there, in that, while there is contamination, and part of some of the mitigation, the effort that has gone on over in that area, is that if the site is pretty much going to be used as a parking lot for the most part, when I read in here, I saw that if the excavation of that site is, and I don't know how much excavation is going to go on that particular parking lot site other than just grading, because it did say that there was clean soil brought into that site. So there's a thin layer of clean soil. And if that layer, how many feet that's brought in, I know there's quite a bit, because for years they were stockpiling mounds of dirt there for that particular reason. And I can't put my fingers on within this report where it talked about if you do dig deep, then there's, because then you're going to get into the contaminated soil, and that soil will have to be shipped off somewhere to a site, a special site. But if it's going to be a parking lot, because you can go to on Wheat Street near the Pogos, there's a housing development that had the same type of contamination. What the city allowed was to bury, since it was going to be a parking lot in the housing development, and it got and cemented over, that was all that was necessary for that particular developer for mitigation, because it wasn't going to be used for a playground or anything like that. So what I'm saying is that what I see on this particular site in terms of where it's located next to the warehouse, and if it's only going to be used for a parking lot, and if it's only going to be cemented over, because that whole site over there, there's contamination everywhere.
Base rock, we wouldn't cement
Yeah, I
it.
was going to say.
Yeah. We're not even spending that. We would use base rock.
Base rock.
Yeah, just put a layer of base rock on it, so, you don't sink into mud.
Right. So I'm just saying that in here, I think that it does need to, I think the lease agreement needs to be looked at any costs associated with that need to be borne by the owner, because that is their obligation, you own it, you got to fix it at that point.
It would be easier if they did it.
Right.
And that's, we talked about that too, because then it gets rid of some of these issues.
Right.
It's like, well, why don't you just do it, and then even if you charge us a couple bucks, I mean, it's cheaper than having to put this in here and create all these issues. And Chuck wrote a comment on that, which I actually thought was very good, which was, well, when you used our facility for your groundbreaking and dedication, we didn't come to you with an agreement that said you need to do all these things, and right now they have a camera up in our building so they can document their site. I mean, no disrespect to attorneys, but the attorneys got involved, and Tim's on the good side of this, but, you
No,
know.
attorneys are a problem, I'll see that.
Okay, all right, you said it, not me, I didn't throw you under the bus. So,
I mean, legally, it has to be.
I mean, this is an easy issue, it should not be so
Right.
hard,
Yeah, it's
so.
not that hard.
And my
No.
big concern, Tim, was that what we were being asked to vote on was inconsistent and in conflict with what was actually going to happen.
Yeah, it should.
That was my big problem. So, I guess we'll just bring this back in May, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna try again. We've had some good progress with them and to a point, right? To a point. So, I mean, it's a fair point to bring up because they threw that provision in there and, you know, again, I think it's overly litigious, but that is the ruling and they could have cured it. They could have handled it. They got the whole construction group there that can just deal with this in probably 2 hours, but whatever.
Chuck?
Well, let me say, I may have misconveyed the tone of, when I was saying that they had used our property, it just seemed like an opportunity. We're neighbors, they're gonna have lots of events with lots of kids, and we've got big, heavy equipment moving in and out, and it seemed to me if anybody should be indemnified, I mean, our firefighters are likely to say, sure, come on in, park your stuff here, you know, bring your baby.
So that's actually where all this started, because out of us doing that, they said, hey, what can we do for you? And we said, well, you know, we have a lot of people coming here, can we use that for parking? I mean, so it's all started very
It just
simply.
seemed like a mutual use with mutual indemnifications would make sense, so that's my suggestion.
Well, maybe we'll try and wrap it that way and see what happens.
Okay, reports and requests. Right now, I'll just start with the director's reports and requests. I know that, Jim, you had that, you had a request, right?
Yeah, actually two.
Getting into the finance.
One that the space needs assessment be reviewed by the strategic planning committee.
Yeah. Then you had
Is
the
one,
other
and then the second one is request that the finance committee review what financial reports would aid the board in fulfilling its duties and responsibilities.
Specifically for the
Over
compensation,
time, yeah.
compensation issue, right?
Right,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, any reports?
But are we gonna vote on these one at a time?
Oh, do you want to, well, Michelle, do we need to have a motion? I mean, we can just have the consensus that it can go to the board now that we.
Yeah, upon consensus,
Yeah.
it's fine.
Yeah, because we have these other priorities we can just vote. Is everyone okay with that? Giving direction to go to those specific board, specific committees?
You're pulling out, Ray?
Okay,
Not yet.
okay. Rob?
The only thing is with the space evaluation, that you get some upfront costs.
Okay.
That's what I'm concerned. I just
Wait,
Upfront costs
you
for
won't-
the
you won't-
actual. which
You won't
one?
know up front until you develop an RFP, and then if you put the RFP out, you'll know
Okay,
what people bid.
okay.
But yeah, you gotta do one before you get to the next.
Yeah, I definitely want to see how much that's going to
Okay.
cost. Thank you.
Any reports, Jim? Rob?
See, on the March 22nd, I attended the Facebook, the Willow Road project, saw their dog and pony show. April 2nd, I went to the EPA meeting for the council, and I was honored to be there when I saw our fellow board member, vice president, get the East Palo Alto proclamation for his retirement, for his nonprofit. And I met the new city manager there, Jamie Forrest. And on 4/9, I attended the morning part of the Board of Supervisors meeting. And that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Two areas. I'm passing out to everyone here, the board members, is a package of information.
You want
Yeah, I won't want that.
Give it back.
Yeah, that the EPREP committee, the group had been under Chief Stevens' direction, has put together this package of information to let the board know that it has got a brochure about CERT and the CCM group that will be used for distribution at different activities, different that the CERT group is going to be working on. There's a disaster preparedness fair that's going to be taking place. Unfortunately, I don't have a date right now. Chuck, you know, at the Mormon Church in Menlo Park.
The one on Valparaiso.
April 27th, 11 to 3.
April 27th, 11 to 3. And there's also, it's going to be on April 27th from 12 to 4, I think it is. There's going to be a Bellhaven community fair, disaster or fair, which the third group is going to be there representing.
What's the date of that?
The 27th. These two
Is that
are
on
the same day. No,
Bellhaven is 11 to 2.
11 to 2.
The
Right.
Mormon Church one is 11 to 3.
27th of April.
27th, April,
Yeah.
right. Both of them are unfortunately on the same date. And so,
You know why?
so also here are is a card that was put together by the, CCM group along with Michael Ross in terms of collaboration that talks about the different classes, the Get Ready class, the Disaster Preparedness Fair, which is here, as well as CERT Basic Academy and a Community Emergency Drill, which is, and you got it color coded, and that that's going to be distributed around to various places within the community, the district touches. And also here's a copy of the Get Ready Basic workbook, educational workbook that will be used in the Get Ready classes that are being offered. So I wanted to pass that out to you as some of the activities that the group has been working on. Also, the Human Resource Committee met which is composed of myself and Jim. We met on April 2nd, at 2 p.m. down at 170 Middlefield. And the individual people that are in attendance was myself, Jim, Michelle, and Chief Harold. And part of what the group charged, as we thought, and Jim, you have to help me, you're getting old enough to get, especially after you retire, that part of our charge was, the objective was to consider, to look at the policies of the board, interactions and rules of engagement. And that we had some discussion around, which was to kind of look at the overall policy as it pertained to the standing committee of the board. And I don't know if all the board members have had a chance to really read them. We found that there was inconsistency in the language of what the committee real purpose and their real role as it relates to, are we a group that assists in setting policies, or we a working group that engage into day-to-day kind of activities? The language that's in the policy, and if you go to the manual and look at section 4, article 4, and article 5, it relates to areas within that are in conflict with each other as to the role and the protocol of the committees. So we had some, we looked at the Seagate report, which focused on improving functionality of the board, the fire board. The committees also, we also reviewed the fire chiefs, the recommendation that was written up by the fire chiefs. We also reviewed, the standing committee roles and responsibilities. And I think further, some of the thoughts were that we needed further look at other, whether it's fire district, other fire district, other government agency, their language around what standing committees' job descriptions would look like. And so Michelle is assisting us to kind of look at some information, look at different, those different job descriptions from different places. And I think we were to, if we run across something, be able to provide that to Michelle as well. And which I did have ran across a couple that I need to forward to. So there's other work, more work that we need to do around that area. So and that's pretty much what we kind of stopped. And if you have anything to kind of
I think you captured it very well.
Clarify a little bit, that would be helpful. So at our next meeting, which is next month, we need to figure out a time to hopefully we can find a language and be able to bring that back to the board and kind of show you the difference between what the conflicts that is existing within the current policy of the board. So that's it.
Chuck?
I have a request for the chief, in that, in theory, I'm doing a training this Thursday, the 18th, so Michael has gotten those back up posted, so I'm expecting, so if you could make arrangements for the Station 2 to be available, I would appreciate it.
What time are you gonna need to come in?
I come at 6, the training starts at 6:30.
Okay, we'll have the room open and everything ready to go.
Thank you, thank you. Just to elaborate a little bit on what Robert said about the community involvement, we're starting to get a groundswell of interest in the community's involvement, and I think this is critical for building a strong CERT organization and an emergency, and I don't want to say emergency, that our firefighters respond to emergencies. What we need civilians to do is to respond to disasters and to be prepared to deal with major problems of a regional nature. So the fair at the Church of Latter-day Saints on the 27th is called an Emergency Preparedness Fair. They're getting people there. I've asked the chief to provide support in terms of equipment, and honking horns and sounding alarms to get people to attend. And similarly, the fair in Bellhaven, it's the first annual Bellhaven Spring Fair. We'll have a CERT table there. We're trying to get Bellhaven more involved and build a Bellhaven CERT organization. And that's from 11 to 2. I'll be actually working there. And then one more thing, which is Robert's group, the Bellhaven, the EPA CERT group. Talicia Aluza, one of the volunteers who happens to live in Bellhaven, she's Menlo Park, applied for 2 grants from the city of Menlo Park. One of them was to do a safety fair in Bellhaven. That was approved. We just found out yesterday. And the second one was to sponsor our Get Ready trainings in Menlo Park, and get promotional equipment and banners and things like that. That was approved. So both of those got approved, and there's going to be a lot of activity. And again, when we have the safety fair, I think this is a great thing for, for the firefighters to support the volunteers and to give them some legitimacy and something. We don't have anything cool like ladder trucks and so forth for the kids to play on, but anything that we can do to generate interest and excitement, I think would be very powerful and positive for this community effort. So there's a number of things. We had a good CERT group, we had a budding CERT group in Menlo Park up to about 3 or 4 years ago. It died, and I think now it's on the verge of being reborn in Bellhaven. So all of that is good. And it's funny, I joined the East Palo Alto group. a neighbor on the corner who I didn't know from Woodland Avenue, she's in part of this, police is involved in this. So we got a number of Menlo Park people there who, when there's enough people, we can have a similar group in Menlo Park. So this is something that we really need to nurture, and again, whatever you can do to support that.
As soon as we know the dates, we'll put it on the master calendar and assign units to
Okay,
it.
well, the April 27th, both of those dates are scheduled now.
Right, so that one, though, that's already plugged in, they'll have people there.
Okay, terrific. Thank you very much. And that constitutes my report.
Okay, I'll make mine quick. Basically, just over the past few weeks, I've been working with the chief and Jen about just on JPA issues, as we've elaborated a lot tonight. I was invited to go to and attend the Progress Seminar, which was very interesting. There were 5 breakout sessions, 2 which I thought were relevant to us. One was on transportation and mobility, where I kind of made the plea for these elected officials in that room to consider emergency response routes and, first responders and law enforcement personnel when they do their planning. So hopefully that message will get to them. And then the other one I thought was relevant was the housing issue with more density and affordable housing. Someone brought up just water supply concerns, and so I couldn't help but bring up water infrastructure concerns, which I think in some ways is more concerning than water supply. So I think that now that issue is going to be hopefully taken into consideration with some of these other folks who are in the decision-making situation when it comes to housing. The last thing that is not on the agenda, and I'm very sorry, Rob, about not having this on here, is my fault. We agreed that Rob would be the liaison with me for District 3 with Dawn, and so we'll ratify that, but in the meantime, Rob is still going to be interacting with Dawn. It's my fault that it didn't get on the agenda, so. And that is it.
I have
Sure.
one last thing
Sure.
that I promised the person from, what is it, California State
Special District Association?
Special District Association. I attended a workshop week before last on board governance, and it was. I thought it was a good introductory. Maybe if anyone get a chance, if nothing else, if you haven't been, you should try to go. If you have been to some, it might be good for a refreshing course. But they also will have, I think it's June or July, a more in-depth academy talking about board governance that I would encourage. They're offering scholarships right now for both the lodging that board members actually sign up for, and it's a two-day training on board governance.
Okay, great. Okay, so there are no other comments. We'll open it up to public comment number 3, and I don't have any public comment cards, so we'll close public comment. And is there a motion to, oh wait, upcoming events, please, 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 number 21, the Shake Alert dedication, which is this Thursday at Station 2 at 2 p.m. So
And LRAD.
And LRAD, yes. If you can make that, that would be great. And we just heard about it too, so. And then the annual Easter egg hunt. There are
All
no-
3 of them.
Yeah.
But again, one supported by the association of the district, the other 2
And
we
Burgess.
support, yeah.
Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye. And by the way, that clock is wrong, it's actually almost midnight.
Yeah.
You